And we are live. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come and join. One man went to more. Yes, it is me. And the session is commencing. Yes, I know you thought you had escaped this session tonight, thinking that, oh, I've escaped that guy. I'm going to get a night's sleep. Sorry, no rest for the wicked, and the wicked shall know no rest. Sorry about the late transmission, but I was going to abandon it, but then I thought no, because I know that this is now part of the daily schedule and the daily routine of so many people. So one man went to mow, I am here, where are you? Gather, come and join me. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed. So the eagle has landed, I am your huckleberry, and the session commences. So this is what we're doing. We're going to run through a session this late hour. This was actually how we started doing these late-ish sessions, and then because of our popular demands, I had to pull the hours back. So we resumed the usual hours uh, for the next session, but for this instance, we start at this time. Gather, come and join. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Water, only water. Oh yeah, let's see go. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water. Oh yeah, se koko mi gaga. Ya me. Water, 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 water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come oh. You Hapa oh naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Nation bí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dù o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe o. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe o.
And there we are, Iku Koniriwa Gbeshe by the Kegites. Iku Koniriwa Gbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Akinwumi Adesina, Buba Marwa Osinbajo, my pick for president. No less a lofty a personality than Madam Ngozi speaks. So by speaking then, is she throwing her name into the ring as well, or being coy by just announcing a commentary to the space? But whatever and however, these are her words. Akinwumi Adesina, Buba Marwa Osinbajo are my pick for president. So Madam Ngozi fleshes out her choice. So now to that Osinbajo space, it looks as though now the once upon a T-boy in Aso Rock, the once upon a T-boy in Aso Rock, the vice president of Nigeria, has reached between his thighs and made a discovery. Is this guy now rediscovering his mojo, talking punchy to the space? So Yemi Osinbajo rediscovers his mojo as guys I bring you this. What Osinbajo meant by Naira exchange rate being kept artificially low. So Osinbajo has been speaking very critically to the financial space within Nigeria and pointedly in the direction of EMEFIELE. So Buhari now moves to water down the words of Osinbajo apparently, as again, what Osinbajo meant by Naira exchange rate being kept artificially low. So we find out exactly what is going on there too. Still sticking with Mother Ngozi, this is why I'm saying is she throwing her heart into the ring because suddenly she's making a lot of commentary about the Nigerian space. This is what she says. Secondly, uh, Okonjo-Iweala, Nigeria's trade cost too high to attract investment. So Nigeria just not fit for purpose in so many ways. So that Fulani protectionism and their fear that if they let enlightenment and intelligence into the Nigerian space, it would unravel their stranglehold on that space. This is what is really going on. They are happy to keep the country backward or in a stagnated state, just so long as they sit on top of the oil and continue to milk that oil money and brutalize the people. Because if they let civilization into the Nigerian space, they know that they cannot contend with it. So this is why they are continuing to make the country backward. And to that space, Madam Ngozi speaks. Okonjo-Iweala, Nigeria's trade cost too high to attract investment. So, what exactly the World Trade Organization (ZAR) means by that, we find out in due course. Amotekun better than the Olopas, apparently. Not my words, Fayemi speaks. Amotekun operatives in Southwest more motivated to protect citizens than better paid Nigerian policemen. Ekiti state governor speaking to this space now, and that headline alone speaks already to a narrative that we have been having, especially on this channel. We have been having, especially on this channel, that a security personnel that is from Yoruba land will have more empathy for this space, more affinity with the people, and more relationship to gather intelligence from the people than a policeman brought from Kebbi, from Katsina, from wherever to come and man the streets in Lagos, Ekiti, Anambra, etc. He considers himself to be in foreign land, and the people consider him to be alien. So to that space, Fayemi speaks as again Amotekun operatives in Southwest more motivated to protect citizens than better paid Nigerian police. Ekiti State Governor, the attribution to. On to the next. African Bank President Adesina warns Buhari's government over Nigerians' rising debt. So I don't think Femi Adesina is not Femi Adesina. I do beg your pardon, Adesina. May that never be your fate for you to be anything like Femi Adesina. Akinwumi Adesina, I meant. African Bank President Adesina warns Buhari government over Nigeria's rising debt. So now, the czar of the African Bank, he is not especially saying anything new or breaking new discoveries to the Nigerian space. This is a narrative that a lot of people have been speaking to the Nigerian space for years and years, at least for the last 3 years or more, or 4 years. Just the heavy borrowing of the Buhari administration that is not commensurate, counterbalanced by the impact or the visual infrastructural uh, things that they're using those debts for. So it is not commensurate with something that would generate income that will be of use or purpose to the Nigerian person. So that level of borrowing is too high, and the purposes for the borrowing, they are shrouded in mystery, and nobody really knows where the money is going to or what it's being used for. So heavy debts, no commensurate infrastructural or impactful anything on the Nigerian space. It is to that space then that the president of the African Bank speaks. African Bank President Adesina warns Buhari's government over Nigeria's rising debt. But he, the latest person to warn, but of course, the excellent-minded Malam Buhari, Harvard, Oxford trained as he is, he, of course, will pay no heed to that. So he pays no heed to that. But this story now I'm bringing you is because it's especially the most ludicrous. Because I've not, like I always say, I never read the body of the story before I present them to you so that we can both react to it in real time. But just off the back of this headline, this is why I am bringing you this storyline. Probably the most ludicrous headline that I've seen in a long time. El Rufai sacks chief of staff after calling Lamido Sanusi former emir of Kano. So the high crime that is a high functionary within the mini-man's administration in Kaduna State, the high crime that this guy has committed is to call the former emir of Kano, Lamido Sanusi, the former emir of Kano, Lamido Sanusi. So what else would he call him other than the former? He is not the current emir of Kano, is he? He is the former emir of Kano. So for that high crime, given the proper appellation to the former emir of Kano, this guy gets his P45. El Rufai sacks chief of staff after calling Lamido Sanusi former emir of Kano. But as I said, I never really get into the body of the story and I just go off the back of the headline. So I'm hoping that the explanation would justify the actions that that headline describes. Massive corruption, favoritism going on with CBN's forex policy. So this is now where I said that Osinbajo has reached between his thighs and made a discovery. He has found his he has found his boss, essentially is what I'm saying, because now he is talking punchy to the space. The once upon a time, we've called him T-boy on this platform, we've called him Lady Boy on this platform, but T-boy, Lady Boy no more. Massive corruption, favoritism going on with CBN's forex policy. So off the back of that headline again, we find out exactly what now the colossal Osinbajo now, no longer the T-boy, but the colossal Osinbajo. What now he has to say now that he has rediscovered this mojo. But before we go into all that, a little bit from the east, another savior.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. Another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy.
And there we are. Nnamdi Kanu is their other savior. Nnamdi Kanu is their other savior. As guys, I bring you this. Akinwumi Adesina, Buba Marwa, Osinbajo, my pick for president. Madam Ngozi speaks to the space. Nigeria is not in short supply of true leaders. The country's diversity and generous human resources offer a limitless pool of talents, skills, and abilities and character. Nigeria is blessed with all that a nation needs to be a Ledo star in the galaxy of nations. But why do misfits end up in the cockpit here? The recruitment process has a bias for ethnic and religious emotionalism. The enlistment process is the snag. Fundamentally, the let's have a look. Okay, so it looks as though it may well not be Madame Ngozi that wrote this piece, but we'll plow through. This may well be just a commentary from a journalist. The political recruitment process at the party level is fatally flawed. Candidates for elections are selected not on the content of their character, antecedents, abilities, and verifiable records, but on the basis of where they represent, where they worship, and how much they have to bribe party officials and delegates. In the case of our indirect selection, our recruitment process at the party level rarely throws up people with discipline and competence for election. In fact, people with some semblance of capacity are rather planted as running mates of a defective standard bearer. Our political de-emphasis, our politics rather de-emphasizes ability, competence, qualification, integrity, expansiveness, temperance, and compassion as primary values for leaders, but accents the geography and religious identity of power instead. We have to make a bold departure from this path. Nigeria needs healing. 2023 should be for national healing, closing the chasm and forging new bonds. As I said in Nigeria's need, as I said in Nigeria's need a Nigerian president in 2023, not Igbo, Hausa, or Yoruba. The country needs a doctor to heal the country in 2023, and it needs a carpenter too. It also needs a builder and an architect to build the country back better. It needs an all in one president. Yes, Nigeria needs healing from 6 years of hate slinging, recrimination, and animosity. We have to get it right in 2023, lest we embark on another tortuous journey through the capricious wilderness. So I have made my own list of. So this guy essentially just presenting us a list of five. So I must amend that headline, but still worthy of note what this guy has to say. So I have made my own list of five Nigerians I think can steer Nigeria away from the tempest. These individuals are notable for their integrity, leadership excellence, and brilliance. This list is by no means defective, but it throws up possibilities of what could and should be if we must make it out of the doldrums. Enough of the predatory politics and recycling of same political class. So here is this guy's list now, and it starts off with Akinwumi Adesina. So it starts off with Akinwumi Adesina. Adesina is the president of the African Development Bank. He was first elected as the president of the bank in 2015 and re-elected in 2020. He's an outstanding economist. He graduated with a bachelor's degree first class in agricultural economics from the University of Ife in 1981. He went on to earn a PhD in agricultural economics from Purdue University in the United States. He has won many awards and received global recognition and appointments. He also has sterling records on integrity and leadership. He came into the reckoning of most Nigerians when he was appointed as the Minister of Agriculture in 2011 by former President Goodluck Jonathan. He was named Forbes African Man of the Year for his reforms in the agricultural sector. He is widely regarded as one of the best agriculture minister Nigeria has ever had. No other agriculture minister after him comes close on the performance meter. I have checked frantically for any dirt on Adesina, but found none. He has no corruption cases in Nigeria or anywhere. Adesina is not a politician. The odds may be against him because he is not in the mold of the wheeler-dealer politician, but it is comforting that his excellence has not gone unnoticed. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo is reported to be drumming support for Adesina to enter the 2023 presidential race. Adesina is 61 and by 2023 he will be 63, still within a good age bracket. So that is the argument and the case for Femi Adesina. Amina Mohammed, the next name to conjure with. Mohammed is the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. She was appointed Minister of Environment by President Muhammadu Buhari in 2015, but she left the position to take up the United Nations job. Mohammed is one of Nigeria's lodestars. Uh, if Nigerians are desirous of a break from the quotidian then Mohammed will be the elixir that will spring life into the nation. She is notable in international circles and has received global acclaim for her work on the environment, education, gender inclusion, and the SDGs. She has no corruption cases, and her leadership style is said to be 21st century compliant. She is 60 years old and will be 62 in 2023. Although coming from a conservative and patriarchal society, the odds are stacked against her. She has the refinement and character to lead Nigeria in this age. Can we give women a chance in 2023? So, on to this name now, because this name really was the image that they used for the piece. So I assumed that it was Madame Ngozi speaking, but it is actually another guy speaking, but she is one of the runners and riders. So Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Okonjo-Iweala is perhaps the most decorated economist out of Nigeria. Her accomplishments are unmatched by any Nigerian finance minister before or after her. She is the first woman and first African to lead the World Trade Organization as the Director General. She became the DG of the WTO after a very competitive process. Leadership at the global level is chaotic with a barrage of interest at war. I believe Okonjo-Iweala can manage Nigeria with all its complexities going by her antecedents. She was once the coordinating minister of the economy, and it is obvious with the current parlous state of the economy, her time was a golden era. Nigeria needs a good manager of the economy. Okonjo-Iweala is 67 and will be 69 in 2023. Although in Nigeria's very murky politics, the likes of Okonjo-Iweala do not thrive. We can always chart a different path. After all, is 2023 not about breaking the cycle and breaking away from the old order? So on to Mohammed Buba Marwa next. Buba Marwa Chairman of the NDLEA and retired Army General, is an accomplished administrator. He has a master's degree in public policy from Harvard. As governor of Old Borno State, he introduced the first joint military patrol in the country, codenamed Operation Zaki, to tackle banditry and other forms of criminality in the north. Other states soon followed his novel example. As governor of Lagos, he tackled insecurity with Operation Sweep, a set up a bitumen factory in the state, rehabilitated area boys by setting up skill centers and giving them grants to start bakeries, furniture work, tailoring, and other businesses. He was also able to manage the ethnic divergence in Lagos as well. His stewardship in Lagos remains stuff of legends and tales passed down from generations to generation. Marwa is a politician and member of the APC, even though from the north. I believe Marwa can manage Nigeria's diversity and effectively tackle insecurity. So this guy goes on to round off with Fayemi Osinbajo, which he also makes a case for, but I'm not going to plow through that just for reasons of time. We all know the case for Osinbajo. What Osinbajo meant when what Osinbajo meant by Naira exchange rate being kept artificially low. The presidency clarifies The presidency has explained what Vice President Yemi Osinbajo meant when he asked for further devaluation of the nation's currency when he said that the naira exchange rate was being kept artificially low. A statement by his spokesman, Mr. Laolu Akonde, said, "Our attention has been drawn to the statements and reports in the media mischaracterizing as a call for devaluation the views of the Vice President Yemi Osinbajo SAN that the Naira exchange rate was being kept artificially low. Professor Osinbajo is not calling for the devaluation of the Naira. He has at all times argued against a willy-nilly devaluation of the Naira. For context, the vice president's point was that currently the naira exchange rate benefits only those who are able to obtain the naira at the dollar at 410, some of who simply turn round and sell to the parallel market at 570. It is stopping this huge arbitrage of over 160 naira per dollar that the vice president was talking about. Such massive difference discourages doing proper businesses when selling the dollar can bring in 40% profit. This was why the vice president called for measures that would increase the supply of foreign exchange in the market rather than simply managing demand, which opens up irresistible opportunities for arbitrage and corruption. It is a well known fact that foreign investors and exporters have been complaining that they could not bring foreign exchange in at 410 naira and then have to purchase foreign exchange in the parallel market at 570 to meet their various needs on account of unavailability of our foreign exchange. Only a more only more market only a more market reflective exchange rate would ameliorate this. With an increase in the supply of dollars, the rate will drop and the value of the naira would improve. The real issue confronting the economy on this matter is how to improve the supply of foreign exchange, but this will not happen if we do not allow mechanisms like the importers exporters window to work. If we allow this market mechanism to work as intended, we will find that the naira will appreciate against the dollar as we restore confidence in the system. So, just the technicalities of the details of the workings of the CBN is what our Osinbajo is speaking to. Okonje Iweala, so hopefully these are her words this time. Okonje Iweala, Nigeria's trade cost too high to attract investors. The Director General of the World Trade Organization, WTO, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, has lamented that cost of Nigeria's trade is too high to attract foreign investors. Okonjo-Iweala, a former Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of Economy under the administration of former President Goodluck Jonathan, stated this via a video link Tuesday on day 2 of the mid-term ministerial performance review at the State House in Abuja. She also spoke of the need to improve the nation's security in order to attract foreign and domestic investors. The WTO DG said the country must cut down not only on trade cost but also infrastructure cost, leakage cost, regulatory cost, custom cost, and all costs associated with moving goods from the factory to the final consumer to complement investment facilitation. She pointed out that Nigeria's trade cost was equivalent to 306% tariff, 1.5 times higher than the cost in high income countries. According to her, congestion, capacity constraints, and high cost at Nigerian ports do not encourage investment as they make it difficult to build supply chain operations in the country. She said improving security and lowering transaction cost for foreign investment, even for domestic investment, would be necessary. And Nigeria is part of a group of countries negotiating an agreement on investment facilitations at the WTO. Once this agreement is negotiated, ratified, and is being implemented, it could be instrumental in attracting additional trade oriented investment. To complement investment facilitation, Nigeria has to cut down on trade cost, infrastructure cost, leakage, linkage cost, regulatory cost, customs cost, basically all costs associated with moving goods from Thai factory or farm gate to the final consumer. Nigeria's trade cost is too high. According to the WTO ESCAP trade cost for 2019, trade cost for African countries are on average equivalent to 304% tariff, and for Nigeria, it is even slightly higher at 306% tariff. These numbers are 1.5 times higher than trade cost in high income countries. Such high costs are not conducive for forming regional value chain. Congestion, capacity constraints, and high cost at our ports make life difficult for anyone seeking to build supply chain operations in Nigeria and hence expand trade from there. So there you have it. Those are quite technical and detailed words, but essentially the core of it, the cost of trade in Nigeria is too high. And really, it is a lot of it just down to bureaucracy. Just taking the custom space that she mentioned, a lot has been spent to automate that custom space, but they rejected the automation because, of course, they want to continue to just loot and corrupt and just take bribes. So the consequence of that is that your goods are berthed in the Nigerian docks, and you are there 3 months because of a backlog of or just still this manual process that they are insisting on, and then the corruption as well. So the frustration then of having your goods endlessly at the port, it adds on to the cost. So essentially, that's a tariff in itself. Transiting those goods through the Nigerian the road system. That in itself a tariff as well. So the burdensomness of it and just the sheer grit and grind of it, and then of course then you have to run the gauntlets of insecurity and robbery. So a lot of that then are culminating in a 306% tariff essentially just from factory to the consumer's table. So that's essentially what Mazam Ngozi is speaking to. But then, of course, would Malam Buhari even have the beginnings of an understanding of anything? As far as she's concerned, as far as he is concerned, she is an Igbo woman trying to wrestle power from a Fulani man. That is his total understanding of any and everything a Fulani man. That's just it. African Bank President Adesina wants African Bank President Adesina wants Buhari's government over Nigeria's rising debt. So he not, of course, the first person to say this, and almost certainly not the last person to say this, but will the full understanding of this ever vest on the personage of the 83-year-old something Fulani man in Aso Rock? I doubt it very much. African Bank President Adesina wants Buhari's government over Nigeria's rising debt. The president of the African Development Bank, Akinwumi Adesina, has asked the Muhammadu Buhari-led government to decisively resolve the nation's debt challenges to trigger economic growth. As of September, the Debt Management Office DMO recorded the country's total public debt at 35.46 trillion naira at the end of the second quarter of 2021. According to the 2022 budget proposal of 16.39 trillion naira, 3.6 trillion has been earmarked to service debts for the year, representing 22% of the total expenditure and 35.6% of the total revenue. Speaking at the mid-term ministerial performance review retreat in Abuja, Adesina expressed worry over the country's source of revenue for debt servicing. He, however, acknowledged that the debt to GDP ratio remains moderate, adding that the economic resurgence was possible when Nigeria removes structural bottlenecks that limits the revenue earning potential of non-oil sectors. Adesina said, Nigeria must decisively tackle its debt challenges. The issue is not about the debt to GDP ratio, as Nigeria's debt to GDP ratio at 35% is actually still moderate. The big issue is how to service the debt and what that means for resources for domestic investments needed to spur faster economic growth. The debt service to revenue ratio for Nigeria is high at 73%. So the debt service to you have to understand, because this is economics speak. So stripping aside everything, this is essentially what you are earning and what you are paying in terms of servicing your debt. So this is essentially what Adesina is speaking to. The debt service, the debt service to revenue ratio for Nigeria is high at 73%. The debt service ratio for Nigeria is high at 73%. Things will improve as oil price recovers, but the situation has revealed the vulnerability of Nigeria's economy. To have an economic resurgence, we need to fix the structure of the economy and address some basic fundamentals. Nigeria's challenge is revenue concentration, as the oil sector accounts for roughly 75% of export revenue, while according to the statistics of the central bank, 50% of all government revenue. What is needed for sustained growth and economic resurgence is to remove the structural bottleneck that limits the productivity and revenue earning potentials of huge non-oil sectors. So essentially a mono economy still. Buhari, of course, in government since the 80s, and that is the upshot of it. Buhari in government since the 80s, and Baba Kekere in Kaduna State in government for God knows however long. El Rufai sacks chief of staff after calling Lamido Sanusi former emir of Kano. Governor Nasser El-Rufai has replaced his chief of staff weeks after he addressed Lamido Sanusi as a former emir of Kano. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi introduced Mr. Sanusi as former emir whilst speaking at the Kaduna Investment Summit in September. Mr. Sanusi, who was dethroned by Abdullahi Ganduje following corruption allegations in March 2019, took umbrage at the description, saying he was not a former emir. So, this is just a thing. When I listen to the chief of staff, I will call him former chief of staff. You will understand why I call you former later. Mr. Oh, God. I hope you are following. Let me start this again because you need to pay attention to what is going on here. Governor Nasir El-Rufai has replaced his chief of staff weeks after he addressed Lamido Sanusi as former emir of Kano. So, Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, so that's the name of the now former chief of our staff to Nasir El-Rufai. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi introduced Mr. Sanusi as former emir whilst speaking at the Kaduna Investment Summit in September. So that is where the cardinal sin was committed there. So that this guy now, Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, in introducing former emir of Kano, Lamido Sanusi, to address now this business summit, introduced former emir of Kano, Lamido Sanusi, as former emir of Kano, Lamido Sanusi. So I don't see where the line has been crossed, but it continued. Mr. Sanusi, who was dethroned by Abdullahi Ganduje following corruption allegations in March 2019. So this is now what qualifies him as former emir of Kano. Mr. Sanusi, which is his title now, he was dethroned as the emir of Kano by by Abdullahi Ganduje. So having now been dethroned, he is no longer the emir of Kano, which then places him in the proper appellation as the former emir of Kano. So this is what happened. Mr. Sanusi, who was dethroned by Abdullahi Ganduje following corruption allegations in March 2019, took umbrage at the description, saying he was not a former emir. So this is where the trouble started. This was the moment that Mohammed Sani Abdullahi lost his job. The former emir of Kano took umbrage, which is to take offense. He took umbrage to being described as the former emir of Kano, and he went on to say he's not the former emir of Kano. So this now next sentence is where the fate of Muhammad Sani Abdullahi, this now next sentence is what seals Mohammed Sani Abdullahi's fate as the chief of staff to Nasir El-Rufai. This is where he lost his job. This now next sentence is essentially Lamido Sanusi sacking Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, Governor Ganduje's chief of staff. This is him sacking him on the spot. So listen to this. This is Lamido Sanusi sacking this man on the spot. It says, when I listened to the chief of staff, I will call him former chief of staff. And that is the sacking right there. So he's just told him now that, no, I am not a former. And for calling me a former, you are now a former. So he sacks him on the spot right there. So he says, when I listen to the chief of staff, I will call him former chief of staff. You will understand why I call you former later, Mr. Sanusi said when he took the microphone at the event. Next time, don't call me former emir. There is nothing like that. A video of the exchange has drawn social media comment since Mr. Sani Abdullahi was removed from office. Mr. Sani Abdullahi, who has served as Mr. El Rufai's chief of staff since 2019, was removed on Monday when Mr. El Rufai conducted a cabinet reshuffle. He was subsequently deployed to the Ministry of Planning and Budget, where he was made a commissioner. It was not immediately clear whether or not Mr. Sani Abdullahi's removal as chief of staff was instigated by Mr. Sanusi, who has remained politically influential and good friends with Mr. El Rufai. A spokesman for the governor did not immediately return a request seeking comments on Tuesday afternoon. So there you have it. It's just this is that they say power show. That is power show right there. So I did start off this session by saying that the erstwhile ladyboy in Aso Rock, the T-boy, he has suddenly reached between his thighs and made a discovery. Osinbajo rediscovers his balls as I bring you now this last narration. Massive corruption, favoritism going on with CBN's forex policy. Osinbajo makes so bold. Okay, so this looks like a press release. Why Oshibajo advocates for forex policy that curbs arbitrage and corruption, offering Nigerians cheaper dollars. Our attention has been drawn to statements and reports in the media mischaracterizing as a call for devaluation the views of this might well be something we just what we just now just read. Our attention has been drawn to the statement our attention has been drawn to statements and reports in the media mischaracterizing as a call for devaluation the views of Vice President Yemi Osinbajo SAN that the Naira exchange rate was being kept artificially low. Professor Osinbajo is not calling for the devaluation of the Naira. He has at all times argued against a willy-nilly devaluation of the Naira. For context, the Vice President's point was that currently the Naira exchange rate benefits only those who are able to obtain the dollar at 410, some of whom simply turn round and sell to the parallel market at 570. It is stopping this huge arbitrage of over 160 naira per dollar that the vice president was talking about. Such a massive difference discourages doing proper business when selling the dollar can bring 40% profit. This was why the vice president called for measures that would increase the supply of foreign exchange in the market rather than simply managing demand, which opens up irresistible opportunities for arbitrage and corruption. It is a well-known fact that foreign investors and exporters have been complaining that they could not bring foreign exchange in at 410 naira and then have to purchase foreign exchange in the parallel market at 570 to meet their various needs on account of unavailability of foreign exchange. Only a more market reflective exchange rate would ameliorate this. With an increase in the supply of dollars, the rate will drop and the value of the naira will improve. The real issue confronting the economy on this matter is not how to improve the supply of foreign exchange, but this will not happen if we do not allow mechanisms like the importers and exporters window to work. If we allow this market mechanism to work as intended, we will find that the naira will appreciate against the dollar as we restore confidence in the state in the statement. So that was an official release now by the vice president's spokesperson. So essentially, just clearing up stuff, but standing firm by his position. Ajale Koko, I see you. Ola, I see you. Good to see you both, gentlemen. Let's come to let's actually come to you first, Ajanle Koko, and let's start you off. Let us actually start you off in Kaduna State because this rather befuddles me. Please, Ajanle Koko, what is the title of Lamido Sanusi?
Well, man,
No, because
don't
I'm
look for.
confused. I am confused. I mean, was it not the
You're
truth?
looking, you're looking for trouble of
Can they have two emirs in Kano? What is it? What is going on? What is his title?
It's just embarrassing that he can I don't understand it. Power show.
No, I don't understand. Power show.
That's a complete power show. You are no more on the throne. How should he be described? Is an ex-emir, is no more an emir on the throne. If that guy called him the emir of Kano, that guy will get in trouble. The guy described him or called him exactly who he is now. Is a former emir of Kano, and that is how it's been described. It's been called recently by the media, everybody. That's how they call him. I don't know why he took anger on that guy, and because of that, the little man have to fire that guy. But well, it's not entirely fired.
It's unbelievable, you know.
they took him to another ministry.
Yeah, but come on now. When you are at the front of the car and then they send you to the booth, there's no dollar. Well, Ministry of Planning, you'll be shuffling paper there now.
Chief of staff is as good as the governor of the state now.
There you are now. He's the one that's carrying all the dollar bags now.
Yes.
Behind,
Now they took him to ministry where he could not even see no money. That's economic planning.
What happens in urban planning or whatever planning?
So, Ajale Koko, do you still remember what I said sometimes ago? You know, me and Sanusi, I never agree with that guy for a day. When I said the major reason for his banking reform was to get some people out, and I remember narrating how he tried to demarcate the Intercontinental Bank when it was reported to Soludo, and when Soludo reprimanded him, and he was forced to apologize to Akimbola that time. The same ego he carried in vengeance, but unfortunately, because we are talking of an eloquent man and a man of affluence, he got his way, and people were saying, "Oh, yeah, it was true that all those executives, they did something wrong. Nobody is excusing them, but what was the main reason for that reform? Was there no alternative? That is an example of what you've seen now. So that guy." He ran away because a woman was asked to aid him where he was mismanaging some credit. See,
all right, he has a big ego. Thank you a lot. So, Ajale Koko, I mean, it's just when he said, "I am not the former Emir, but you are the former chief of staff, and you will understand what I mean very shortly. And immediately after,
Oh
they have
Lord.
a cabinet reshuffle. Look at that.
Oh Lord. Nigeria is a horrible place. Some
Maybe you should
people
have
just
used
use
his new title.
You know, is that not the old Ebelori sort of that we had in Yoruba land, Ebelori, you know?
Oh man, it's I mean the way
Unbelievable.
it's just unbelievable. That's it's just too bad.
Very
It's just
ridiculous.
It's
You
very
call me
ridiculous.
former? How dare you? You are former. And I will slap you if you don't, you know.
So
God.
what is telling us now is that we should call him a Maya. Maybe we should just call him as a Maya, if not attaching that Kano, a Maya of Kano, just a Maya Sanusi.
In every headline that I've seen referencing him, it's always been former Emir.
Yeah, that is what they and he never, you know, acted against the media houses, calling him former this thing. And he's just taking that anger on that little guy there.
Maybe he had a fight with his wife that day and he just took it out on. I mean, because come on, man. But that is the just that little cameo right there that we're just little cameo is symptomatic of all of the problems that we have in Nigeria. Just ego, big man, you know, act as you will. I will finish you immediately.
I will finish you. Yeah. And nothing will happen. Yeah. I wish they can. I wish people can make a loud noise about this thing on social media and ridicule him as well, and make him look bad for what he did. You know, it's just to be people like that, because they are in position of authority.
And by the way, when they dethroned him, a lot of people rallied round to say, let's fight this thing. And he said, no, let's just let it go. So if he was so pained and he was so aggrieved, then he had the opportunity and he had sufficient enough of a case to have fought and won. But he walked away from it, trying to be elegant and above the fray. So now, are you no longer? I mean, it really irritates me. Ajale Koko, what that guy did, and I used to like him, but
yeah, what he did, yeah, I like him too, but for what he did now is so ridiculous, and this is what this guy. If you watch the interview, that maybe TVC had with Ganduje. Ganduje complained about this kind of arrogant attitude and no respect to the authority and stuff like that about this guy. And this is what he just displayed now by
he loves insubordination.
I mean, it's just too bad. This is what Ganduje complained about him. He complained.
Can the Fulanis function in a modern world? Because the modern world don't really care about who you are and what you are, and they want people just to, act to their whims. You have been referenced as the former emir, but on that particular day, you don't want to be called the former emir. You did not call the guy to one side and say, this is how I want to be introduced. The guy introduced you as you have been introduced for years and years and years. And because, Madame did not give you couscous before you left home, now you are just saying, it's a thing, it's a thing.
And it didn't act well as a good Muslim, because a good Muslim will always affect their faith whenever anything happened to them. So for what happened to him, he should have accepted it that, well, that is the way God has written it, and just move on. So he's still feeling the pain. He's still having some going through some psychological problem over his banishment or what. You cannot go to Kano now. You can't step his foot on Kano.
No, it's banished from there.
They will guillotine his head.
In fact, they fought hard to get him to Lagos, because there's a particular state somewhere that when they banished an emir, that is where they have to go, some community in the north. That is where it's meant to be. They fought hard to get him to Lagos. But you know who will be enjoying this the most? Putting on his favorite Sunny Ade music and doing Fulani dance. If we can do it, you know, oh, you know,
Oh, boy, you're not nice. You're not a nice guy.
Kanuje will be doing, the bobo dance,
Yes, Ganduje will tell people, see the way he acted. This is what I'm telling you about this guy. This guy is too arrogant and it's just power show. He carry power show around everywhere he goes. You see? That's what Gandhi will be saying about him now. But it's okay.
All right. I think, let me move you on. Massive corruption favoritism going on with central bank's forex policy. This is Osinbajo speaking to that space. And what is especially speaking to, you recall Ajan Dekok, of course, being the regular on the platform, that this is something we've referenced, especially when we're talking about somebody like Dangote, that the chasm between the official exchange rate to the dollar and the parallel market is so wide that when somebody gets a concession to purchase at the central bank desk, no matter what their business is, it is always a lot more profitable just to round trip that money and go back to the central bank. And it is to this space now that Osinbajo is speaking to. So the chasm now between the official rate and the parallel market, 40%. So no matter what business you are doing, your markup, even all of the cost of doing that business, all you have to do is get the dollar out of the central bank, give it to Aboki at the rate, collect your money, go back to the central bank and buy some more. So that round tripping of the dollar now, this is what Osinbajo is speaking to, and is saying that it's being kept artificially low to facilitate for corruption. EMEFIELE again, him again, almost now matching Abubakar Malami in the corruption indices.
What is Osinbajo? What is he saying? What is he talking about? If somebody is not doing his job right, what are they supposed to do? Why do you have to come to public space and be complaining and trying to lambaste him and blame him over the devaluation of the naira? When does he want to tell us that they don't know what exactly they can do as government to help the naira? They do know, but he just trying to do some power show too. Look, there's this problem that we are going through, the disparity between the parallel and the official rate, will continue as long as we allow black market to exist in that country. During the Idiagbon and Buhari regime in the 80s, they eliminated that black market. They went on the street with soldiers arresting people doing this market. Doing this. Black market operators. Sometimes they will disguise as people that want to exchange money, and they will pick them up from there. That is what. What did we see? Naira stabilize. The value of Naira, that stabilize the value of Naira, because the operator, the parallel market people that are killing the value of Naira were nowhere. So you have to go, everybody have to go official. So that back then it stabilized the value of Naira. Why can't they do the same now? Why can't they do the same now?
Can I interject?
Okay, go on.
Yes.
Yeah. You see, why they can't do it now is like those days you mentioned, the advent of internet is not as this huge. Let me give you an example. if I want to exchange dollar here, for example, I don't need to, because what we call black market in Nigeria, let's say unofficial market in some situation. So we have Nigerian community where we do exchange of dollar now. There's no way government will monitor what we are doing, you know? So things like that exist, that if people decide to do Naira dollar transaction in Nigeria today, they can easily do that. So that's what I wanted to say.
The wider point, Ajanle Koko, because they were criticizing Osinbajo for saying that he was essentially calling for the devaluing of the naira. But if the naira is being artificially maintained, the impact on the economy is already identified at 40%. So just remove all the barriers to that naira and let it find its natural birth, its birthing place, where it lands, where it ports. So let it port wherever it ports and let the market forces determine the naira. So that is what will eliminate the exchange rate, not insulating the naira and people round tripping money. So it is that space that Osinbajo is speaking to, and is saying it is corruption as ever that underpins it.
You see,
hold on, Ola. Okay. Please let Ajan go. Yeah.
You see, if you want to go that route that the vice president is referring to, that will completely kill the naira. And why it's going to kill the naira is that we are not exporting anything to earn that forex. We are not exporting nothing. There's nothing that Nigerian export other than the crude. And the crude that you export, the revenue you make, you use the entire revenue to service debt. 30% of that revenue is used on importation of petrol and other diesel and all the rest to the country. So the economy is in a big mess, and they don't want to take the right economic policy that can attract foreign investors and that can stimulate the economy. They don't want to do it. That is the problem.
You don't think that the
now.
Nigerian economy should be totally and completely liberalized? Just rip up the band-aid once and for all and let the market forces propel the space. You don't think a total liberalization of the economy is what is needed?
Right now, because we don't export anything. So if the government totally liberalize that economy, Naira will die completely. The dollar will overwhelm it, and the situation is going to be worse than what we're talking about. But one thing, the first step I would have recommended for them to take is not allowing, the first step they're supposed to take is to kill, first of all, kill the black market. Make it unlawful to operate the black market. That is number one.
But is that the solution, though? Does that give Naira value?
Number one, kill it. Number two, every foreign exchange.
Well, as Ola just described, it will just go offshore, won't it? You won't kill it; it will just go offshore.
Well, that will minimize it. I mean, once it's killed at home, kill it on the street. Kill that market on the street. Never let it exist. That's number one. When you kill it there, then number two is to let everything go officially. Every business transaction between Naira and dollar, let it be operated in the bank, solely in the bank, and
Who determines the rate? Who determines the rate?
Let the market forces determine the rate.
But that is liberalization. That is liberalization.
Hold on. They can still, it is not going to be total. They can still defend the Naira to some extent. They are not going to let it go total.
But how is that defended by the national wealth? They use the national wealth to insulate the... because this is Osinbajo's argument that the Naira is being kept artificially low. That even at this 410, obviously 410 is not the value of the Naira. The market has set it at 570. So that chasm an opportunity for corruption.
What I'm saying, hold on. The official rate is 410, right?
Yes.
If you kill the black market, in a situation where black market does not exist anymore, then we're going to have 410. And every exchange...
No, you will not. What you will have, what you'll have is all the black market operations taken offshore and people privately exchanging Naira for dollars or offshore online. So you cannot kill online, especially if they vest it outside of the Nigerian space. So you in America, you get in touch with the website, you give them your dollars, they credit your account with Naira. So it is nothing to do with the Nigeria. They cannot tell people not to credit other people's account with money. So it's just, you cannot artificially, carry on.
Yes, I understood what you're saying. But, you know, once you eliminate that black market at home, it will still stabilize that Naira at home. That means that everybody that want to do any Forex transaction, we have to go to bank. And when you go to bank, you're going to operate on official rate, right? So by so doing, you can control the Forex market. But now the way it is, we don't have control over it. Because the black market exists.
What is the opportunity cost? What do you think the opportunity cost will be of the Naira being supported?
No. Look, right now at 410, let us agree it is 410. Yes. Because that is official rate that is that is the official rate in Nigeria. If we want to go by the market forces, right? In Nigeria, that is the official rate. So if we remain at 410 and the government can control the market, let the bank be in charge of a Forex market and no black market, that will help to some extent. And every money transaction back home should be exchanged to Naira and not to dollar anymore. That can stabilize it. That can stabilize, except people that are bringing that money to Nigeria to invest. They can give them some kind of exception.
That's not economics now. Go on, Sam.
The people, Osinbajo just tell you what is causing the problem. It is someone like Dangote, all those people. They take the money from the central bank, they go in there, instead of buying what they want to buy, they use the money, they send it back again. But
I don't want to agree with that. Maybe I say Dangote is investing heavily in the economy now. They have to make the money. If Dangote withdraw his investment in Nigeria, it will affect your economy.
No, Adele Koko, why do you think Dangote refinery? Hold on, Sam. Why do you think Dangote refinery has still not been completed? It was meant to have been completed 3-4 years ago. Why do you think it's still not being completed?
Oh, well, it might be for some kind of logistic reason and the COVID-19. You know, COVID-19 affected so many businesses around the world.
Right.
So during the
A
COVID-19,
lot of people speculate that it's not being completed because of round stripping. That is what people speculate, that it's just round stripping.
well, you call it speculation. So we don't know the truth, the situation. So it's just speculation. So, but what I know is that COVID affect a lot of businesses around the world, and its own, I believe, is not exception. I believe its own is not exception. You know, most of these parts that they are putting together to make all these things function, they all have a setback in production. It's still happening, and they have a setback in supply chain till today. It's affecting businesses all over the world.
How long ago did they start that refinery? It's going on 10 years now.
Well,
not up to 10 years.
I don't know exactly how long it's been building it.
I think it started 2014. I think it started the process in 2014. So,
right. Well, 2014 is 7 years ago, so it's going on 10 years. But as
I was saying,
can I say something on the forex?
Ola, can you hold on, because after Daniel Coco, I'll come to you. I just want to push it. Yeah.
So that is my recommendation. The government should stand up, do the right thing. So this Dangote that we are talking about, Dangote have to go through the bank as well. If he wants some dollar, he will go through the commercial bank. Let the commercial bank be in control of this exchange and not parallel market. Parallel market, have you seen parallel market in anywhere in advanced country? You think if we have parallel market here, you think it's not going to affect the economy? Just because some people benefit in that system by this parallel market operators, you know, they benefit heavily.
Sorry, Ajane Koko, I'm just guessing at this, but I suspect that you have parallel markets outside of the top tier economies. So the top tier economies will be the Japanese, the Eurozone, and then the Americans and the British, because those are the standard currencies that people pair against. So you don't pair. What would you parallel the dollar to when the dollar is the world economy? But outside of the top tier economies, I suspect that every other economy would have a parallel market.
It's not.
I know they have it in Czech Republic because I've been to Prague.
Yeah, it's not good for our economy. It's not helping the economy in any way. What is not helping your economy, eliminate it. Take the right action. It could be hard, but hard action help. It helps. We don't need parallel market. All these people you see hanging around or exchanging dollar for it's fraud. They kill the economy. They're not helping the economy in any way, but rather helping the economy of some Babasale and some Alihaji that they just go through. Yeah, they just go through some connection in the bank, in the central bank, and all the rest, and take the money out. Some of the bank directors they are doing it as well.
Aside, why is it that it is the northerners that control the parallel market, both for dollars and even the gold market, especially in a place like Lagos? If you want to sell gold, you go to Aboki. If you want to sell dollars, you go to Aboki. And still, we insist that these people are dumb.
No, they are not, because they have the connection. They are the one in grip of power. So they use that power to help themselves, and that's what they do. So that market, parallel market, should not exist. As long as it exists, your economy will go through hell. But that, like I said, in 1983, Idi Agbon Buhari regime did it. They eliminated it, and that stabilized that naira. Back then, they eliminated them. You can't see them on the street. You cannot see them. So they should kill that parallel market and let everything go official, and then you can have control over your currency against you can control the forex market effectively. But now they are not in control of it. Those people, that is why they were accusing Aboki that, oh, it's Aboki that is that publication is making on the internet is killing the naira. Now, after they ask Aboki to pack up, the value went down.
Continue to plummet, yes.
Yes. So
all right.
That's my take on that.
Ajale Koko, still staying within that economic space, are people that know economy of a million times better than you and I can say that confidently, Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and Akinwumi Adesina. So they are having a retreat. The Nigerian government and their ministers, they are having a retreat at the moment to audit their performance, and they are getting all these experts to dial in and give their contribution to their understanding of what is going on in Nigeria. So Akinwumi Adesina, he dials in, and Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, she dialed in. So what Madam Ngozi was saying is that Nigeria's trade cost is too high to attract investment. And she goes on to chart the trajectory from factory to the consumer's table. And she's saying that the tariff essentially in that journey amounts to 306% in tariff. She charts the journey of goods coming to the port and being held hostage by the customs services. What is it? Ahmed Ali is the one there, isn't he? And then that madam that is at the port too, that is just, pocketing dollars. So she charted that trajectory that your goods, because the supply chain, they have something they call just in time. So rather than stock up things that you need in your supply chain, Ajanle Koko, what you do is you have your arrangement from your manufacturer or your supplier. So when that need is imminent, maybe there's a 2-day window, you place the order, the supplier quickly ferrets it through, so then it arrives just in time to meet that need. So they call that just in time. That is a supply chain terminology. But and that acts for effective, because that then saves you the cost of storage, the cost of stockpiling, etc., etc. But with the Nigerian system, the bottleneck and the bureaucracy and essentially the corruption in the custom systems, the bad infrastructure, etc., it eliminates that opportunity of having that smooth transition for business facilitation, which then adds up to a 306% tariff to the cost of doing business in Nigeria. So all of this trajectory, Madam Ngozi was explaining to the retreat. And these are low-hanging fruits, by the way. These are not things. These are just policy things. These are not even spent. Nobody needs to reach into a budget. So if you remove that Hamid Ali and actually put somebody that, has something to offer in customs to improve the system, all those automated systems that they've bought since Obasanjo days and has just rotted away, if they can be revived, even the semi-border, the automation was paid for by the European Union. That has just so just the gridlock of the Nigerian system, essentially the 306% tariff. So this is what Madam Ngozi was saying. So marry that Adanle Koko with Akinwumi Adesina's contribution as well. And sorry, bear with me. Where is he? Yes. So what he is saying, he is also speaking to that gridlock. So let me just give you just a quick paragraph, just a couple of paragraphs from Akinwumi Adesina. It says, the debt service to revenue ratio for Nigeria is as high as 73%. Things will improve as oil price recovers, but the situation has revealed the vulnerability of Nigeria's economy. To have an economic resurgence, we need to fix the structure of the country and address some basic fundamentals. So basic fundamentals he is speaking to. What Madam Ngozi spoke to was basic fundamentals too. Nigeria's challenge is revenue concentration. as the oil sector accounts for roughly 75% of export revenue, while according to the statistics of the central bank, 50% of all government revenue. So 50% of all government revenue from the oil. What is needed? So this is the bit I really wanted you to pay attention to. What is needed for sustained growth and economic resurgence is to remove the structural bottlenecks that limits the productivity and revenue earning potential of huge non-oil sectors. So Nigeria, vastly blessed with so many minerals, arable land, a mass population, etc. But what constrains that space is just the bottleneck of administration. So these are low-hanging fruits, and Madam Ngozi and Adesina takes a position. Do you concur, or what are your thoughts, Adanle Koko?
Yeah, I agree with Madam Ngozi and Nadewumi for their suggestion to the government on how to remove the bottleneck to help the economy and make it attractive to foreign investors. Look, Nigerian system is anti-business, completely anti-business. There's no business that you want to go and do in Nigeria genuinely.
Do you think this is the Fulani factor that makes it so?
Look, Buhari does not have a blueprint of how he wants to run the economy when he was coming in. That's a fact. He doesn't have a blueprint. Then that's number one. Number two, he doesn't have competent people in sensitive position in that country, particularly in charge of the economy. If he have people that are, competent to manage the economy well, all these that Adewumi and Nwele are saying, they will have removed it. They will have,
because these are policy things. You don't even have to spend dollars for what they are saying. It's just a policy position and realigning and liberalizing and freeing up space. So they're not even asking you to spend money. They're just asking you to run things properly.
You see, the bad economic policy of Buhari contributed immensely to the devaluation of our naira. It contributed hugely to the devaluation of naira. And they are not doing anything to encourage exports. We have a lot of produce in that country that can be exported to make this forest that they are suffering, they are crying about now. Sesame seed. Ginger. They have a lot of ginger in the north. Oh.
Yeah, by the time you get that ginger out of the pot, it will have rotted away. They will hold you there, sweat all of the profit.
They have a lot of ginger. They have a lot of ginger in the pot. Look, I have done this business before. I was before I left Nigeria. I was into produce business, cocoa, ginger, sesame seed. There are a lot of produce in the north that if we have government that really function well.
And a lot of those things, by the way, in the West, they consider them to be superfood. So they command a high premium. All of those things, this sesame seeds, this ginger, the cocoa, certainly in its raw form, the best in the world from Nigeria, but they just hold it in the pot and let it rot away because they want to take bribe.
This cashew nut, the cashew nut is a hot market here. There's hot market here for it. And we
even
have
the
it
economy around
abundant
it,
in
the
East.
oil from it.
We don't need
tragedy.
that garbage oil. There are a lot of produce that we can export to make these billions of dollars. Cashew nut. I know about cashew nut. I know about ginger. I know about sesame seed. I know about cocoa. I know about palm kernel. Those things, if they are developed in Nigeria, they would have been the dollar earning for us. They would have been giving us that dollar, that forest that we are crying about now. But you see, when you don't have the right people in place, they cannot formulate any policy that can help the economic growth of that nation. So, Madam Nwela, for what she said, Nigeria, man, if you go to that port, do you know in our port we don't even have scanner?
You know they have it, but they've just not installed it. They have these high crane scanners that can you just drive it through and it just light beams through to do like a X-ray of
one man.
Yes.
May I interject for a minute?
Yeah, come in.
Yeah, for the past couple of years now, there have been significant improvement in terms of the deployment of technology at the Nigerian custom. So things are not as bad as they used to be 10 years ago or 15 years ago. There is that deployment of technology is what explains the huge amount of money that the Customs Service of Nigeria actually have been generating for the Federation.
Are they remitting the money though? Are they remitting the money? Because they announced this figure.
Of course,
if they are remitting the money, they
remit it to the Federation account.
Really?
So how it is utilized, it is independent of the custom. Okay. So
the monies that all these agencies report, because we look at the figures, they far supersede the budget that the country has announced, and yet they are borrowing to insulate the budget. So how can the two go? When all these agents are saying they are remitting all these monies that is in excess of the annual budget, and they are saying they are borrowing to insulate the budget. So what is going on there?
What do you mean? What is budget? Budget is not money kept somewhere, right? Budget are projection. Like right now, I think during the 2000 in defense of the custom budget for the fiscal year 2022, the Controller General was targeting a 1.33 trillion naira, but it was rejected at the House committee. They were like saying, no, it's too small. They would not take anything less than 2 trillion naira coming from the custom. So budgets are just projection. It might be higher, it might be lower based on their realization. So I'm just trying to give
Jafar,
a positive.
You said they have invested in
scanner.
equipment and scanner.
Why is Adesina complaining?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Why do they still? There is a deployment of technology. Why do they still open every container that landed at our port there? If they have scanner, why do they have to still open every container?
Punching torchlights. Punching
torchlight to check it.
Look at that.
I still shipped something home recently. They have to open and check. Custom will come, another agency will come, everybody will come. If they have scanner, why do they still have to
everything?
No,
that's one of my business. Okay, I actually do in import and export too. I bring a lot of things from Nigeria here. So
they don't do that here. They don't open container here. The custom here don't open container. Once it landed, they pass through the scanner and that's it. If it has problem, then they will put it by the side. But to open every scanner, every container. It's not done here. Why should it be? Why should it be so in? I have people. I have people there that said that they don't have scanner. I have people there at the port that told me that
at the Nigerian Customs Service.
Sorry, Jaffa. When you get the goods out of the port, that it doesn't end there. The customs will still come and waylay you at Ikeja, asking you to open the container again. What is the customs doing on the streets of Ikeja?
They are
what
everywhere.
are they doing on Lagos Ibadan Expressway? Checking bag of rice. Once the thing gets into the country, then if you've not been able to stop it, then that is where your brief stops. But this is what they are saying. It's just
criminality. Criminality has free will.
You know,
criminality has free will. Nobody can hold them. Nobody can hold them responsible for anything. Everybody just act crazy, and you want people to come and to come and invest in such an economy. It's not. It's an anti-business place.
But thank you. That is what Madam Ngozi and Akinwumi. Come in, Sam.
Did you see the one they show in one of this country, even the one they show in Abak, where they went to the market, the custom, they went to the market, they were carrying imported rice from the market.
Well, that is illegal.
They are being sold.
They did it in Ibadan too.
They are not policemen.
They did it in Ibadan.
This is the thing now. This is just barbarism.
They did it in Ibadan, Ibadan. They went and looted all this. Oh, it's in the night, They went in the night. They broke into the store, took all the rice away, and they said because people that kept their money in their store, they looted everything, they took it away. Custom, Nigerian custom. Is that the place you want to go and run your business? Is that an economy that is attractive?
Is that even legal for the customs to go into a shop within the sovereignty of Nigeria and break into that shop and seize goods? Is that legal?
It is not. They don't even do it in the daytime. They do it in the night.
That is not legal. That is an illegal act.
I mean, the international. I mean, look. Let me tell you, in United States, if you want to go and do any business, or you want to go and invest in any country, you are advised to consult with State Department. State Department will advise you. State Department will tell you if that country is a place for you to go and invest your money. If they will tell you if you need to invest there or not. The danger there, the atroz, everything about their legal system and everything. State Department will tell you here. Recently, they issued out a warning to all Americans to beware of going to. They mentioned all the states not to go in Nigeria. They mentioned several states in Nigeria. If American travel there, they should not ever go to those states. And they advise them, if you go Lagos, make sure the first you go and register with your embassy. Let embassy know every step you are making over there in that country. So our country is not a place you can go and invest. Nothing. Anybody that takes his money there now is just trying.
Look at that.
Just throwing your money away.
In 2021, they are still opening containers and pointing torchlights.
Yes.
At the port, pointing torchlights. I mean,
they be open every container. They be opening everything. They want to look everything.
So then those containers, so you can't really you will struggle to export perishables into Nigeria. And the only way to fast track it is to have to bribe somebody to bring it from the back to the front. And that bribe, of course, cuts into the cost of business for you. So then that, of course, the consumer ultimately carries the burden of that. So it's just those bottlenecks, that Fayemi Adesina is speaking to.
Can I come here 1 minute?
No, sorry, very briefly, I want to move Ajanle Koko on, but briefly, yeah.
Okay, I bought almost like 5-10 years ago. I bought ladder. They were selling that at the auction. I bought about 20 of them. that my friend was shipping it to Nigeria. I put it in his container. When I got to Nigeria, out of 20, I only saw 8. I only saw 8. And here, I ship it here. I loaded it with the boy. So I know it went. It's in Nigeria when they opened the container. So they all took it. All the custom members took. This one will take one. This one will take one. Only 8. I only received 8.
And they probably don't even need it, but it's just an easy thing to pick, and they just pick it up and say, I feel use them. You know, it's just what a system, man. It's unbelievable.
It's an anti-business place. It's not. I mean, it's an economy that they look. We in diaspora, we are asset to that nation, but that nation is not opening up for us to come and invest back home. There's no program in place for people in diaspora to come and invest in Nigeria. They are not making any policy to attract us. We are capable of bailing that country out of that economic problem that nation is going through. We are capable. There are a lot of millionaires Nigerians that are here, but they cannot go home. They cannot take their investment home. Some have tried before. Everything vanished. I have an in-law that went to set up a printing press, a very big thing. Everything went. It was a loss, complete loss. Electricity, everything. There's nothing that can function well. So they in authority have not done anything to help the economy in the first place. No policy in place, no policy to attract diasporans to bring their money, to come and invest their money. Diaspora first. Look for your own people first before you look for outsiders. Look for your own people first. That is what China did that helped China economy to grow. That is what Russia did. India did the same thing. And we, with a larger population like that, in the whole of Africa, we couldn't do it. We are just wasting our resources away.
Ajali Koko, in 2006, the Nigerian government invested 120 million to get 22 scanners for the Nigerian custom. Those scanners were abandoned to rot.
There you are. So that's what I said.
Because
they are abandoned. Yes. They are abandoned because of corruption.
That was because of power. No power
what do you mean power? They cannot get generator. They spent whatever million. They cannot get generator.
There was no diesel.
They're making millions. They're making billions. So they're making billions, but they cannot provide generator to make it run.
Are you hearing what Jaffa is saying? The fifth largest oil exporting country, the seventh largest oil exporting country, they don't have diesel to power generator in
generator.
But they are
making billions there every day.
It's a committee report from the House of Representatives.
No, it's not even you I'm critical of. It's just the ludicrousness of just that thing.
Yes.
You spent $250 million or however much to
120.
Yeah, to buy high-tech something. And you
and
cannot find petrol to generate. Come on.
I mean so, you see? So Jaffa, you see, that confirms what I said.
A couple of years ago, they still bought a new set that was, I think, but I think they are still having issues with it.
And they are still pointing torchlight.
They have some in Port Harcourt, at Aminu Kano Airport in Kano, at Lagos, in some of those custom checkpoints in Lagos. I think there was one also that was kept in Calabar, something like that, but they are not really functioning well.
They don't want it to function. They don't want it to
function. One man, you get it right. They don't want it to function.
Do you know how much these people are making from just looting the thing? And then they will have a system that works. They don't want it to function. If they want it to function, they buy petrol to put generator now. It's just, I mean, it's not. There's no magic there. But thank you, Jafar. Ajale Koko, let me move you on now. You have especially been championing for a new paradigm within the Nigerian political space, especially who gets to speak in, to get to sit in the Aso Rock seat. So you have been saying that a plague on the houses of all these recycled old codgers, and you wanted a new name. So to that space now, this article speaks, and this person writing this piece, conjures up 5 names for you to reflect on. So Akinwumi Adesina, a name that you have mentioned often, he is saying he's a possible candidate for the presidency. Amina Mohammed, so the deputy secretary at the United Nations. That is how lofty her position is. And this guy makes an argument for her being a possibility too. Madam Ngozi Okonjo, well, I don't think anybody needs an argument to discuss her possibilities. Mohammed Buba Marwa, this guy also throws his name in the ring, but this might not especially sit with you. Yemi Osinbajo, he adds that too. So 5 names now just sitting outside of the norm as our possibilities for the Nigerian presidency. What are you making of these names now that this guy has brought to the fore, Ajanle Koko?
You see, 3 names have to be taken out of that list for me. The 2 ladies, because Nigeria is a country that is not ready for female president. So those 2 ladies, distinguished ladies, should be taken out of the list. Another one that should be taken out of the list is Yemi Osinbajo, because he's part of this administration that has failed the nation. So he's not fit for that purpose to me.
And Buba Marwa, what do you know of him, and would you recommend him? Buba Marwa, apparently former Lagos State. What's it?
Buba Marwa is an excellent administrator. I will go for Buba Marwa anytime, any day, because when he handled Lagos State, he managed the resources very well. Like I was saying the other day, when he was in Lagos State, he introduced to the civil servant staff bosses, first time in history for civil servant. Maybe during Jakonde, maybe it happened during Jakonde, but during his time, it happened. He had all the ministry. He bought buses for all the ministry to move this civil servant from the office and to the back to their place of residence. Bus stop close to their home. So there's a way he did it in all the local governments in Lagos State. So all the ministry have their buses that pick up their staff and take them back home. And that was a good thing for civil servants because that saved them that transport fare that they have to spend.
Adale Koko, Akinwumi Adesina, I don't know why people are promoting this guy's name. It's only really because Obasanjo champions that name. But in truth, that guy essentially a bureaucrat and not a politician, an administrator and essentially not a leader, no history in politics. So how then will he cut his teeth at one of the most complex positions?
Let me speak more on Marwa.
Okay.
That was what it did for civil servant. Number 2 is set up rapid response squad that were responsible for they are responsible for the security of Lagos State. So in anywhere there's armed robbery or anything that you know that is a threat to Lagos State, they have a number. You call them one time, they call them, they will respond immediately. They'll be there as fast as possible. He has that, and he set up that rapid response squad that battle, criminality and armed robbery and insecurity in Lagos State. It eliminated insecurity in Lagos State.
If you look at your screen, Mike is insisting that it was a total failure.
Did they live in Lagos?
It says Lagos became a disgraceful city under that guy. This is what Mike is saying.
Just forget about that. This Mike, man. I don't know where was he living in Lagos then. So then number 3,
did he kill Delegiwa?
No.
That is what people are saying. That is what Ola is saying.
Well, I don't know for them. The evidence that he killed them, I don't know. So he set up
and yet to challenge newspaper publication till tomorrow. So the investigative journalism is in the public opinion there. So the thing is, it's like inviting another coup plotter, inviting another suspect to come and lead us. So we need.
I'm just saying what he did in Lagos State. That's what I'm saying. Number three, he set up this agency that is this agency that is responsible for the repair of road, and he was repairing road. Lagos State government, the Ministry of Works, built that dual carriage road from Ketu to Ikorodu. It was Lagos State that built it. Lagos State government. He hired engineer into civil servant and he put them to work, thereby developing expertise in that field of engineering to start building road for Lagos. This is how you know leaders, people that can manage resources very well, people that can develop, brains and help, the society and can transform the society. He built that dual carriage road from Ketu, Lagos State. He didn't award it to Julius Berger. The only thing he awarded to Julius Berger was the big bridge like Odo Yalaro Bridge and some other bridge along that line that that was challenging to our engineer. But he was trying to raise some to raise some engineers so that we can start building roads on our own instead of awarding contract all the time to Julius Berger and I'm taking percentage out of that contract. So this guy, when he was Lagos State governor, man, everybody loved that guy. And I want to tell you, he was raised in Lagos. He grew up at Itire. He can speak Yoruba very friendly.
Is he not an Aboki? It sounds like, is he not an Aboki?
Oh, yeah, he's an Hausa guy. But it was more or less like a Lagosian. He can speak Yoruba very well, friendly, because he grew up at Itire. So he did very well when he was there. So such person with a track record, I don't mind supporting somebody like that. But
all right,
but now you can't just say haven't been a while that we have seen him in the space. You don't know what is going on with him.
No, is the NDLEA guy now? I think it's the one that is the anti-drugs guy. But let me move you from him, Ajanle Koko, because you've eliminated 3 names, so you are left with 2.
So Adewumi is another competent guy, but. Are Nigerians ready for him?
Is it going to serve his apprenticeship in politics as the president? Because he has no political antecedents, he has no pedigree in politics, and not essentially in leadership. Even in his role as a banker, he's still in familiar territory. So is he then going to cut his teeth in one of the most complex jobs on this planet, being the president of Nigeria, Akinwumi Adesina? Is this
Well,
an apprentice president?
I think right now we need somebody like him that understands the how economy works, how how economy runs in the world. I think if we have somebody like him at the helm of affair in Nigeria, he will put in place some economic policy that will energize the economy and grow the economy. He is fit for that position, and I will support him as well. Anytime, any day, if he.
But if Boko Haram is not defeated, no economy will grow. So is he able to defeat Boko Haram? Because no economy will grow if Boko Haram is not defeated.
Yeah, you are right. All he just needs to do is just to get some officers that are detribalized, that are ready to do the job, and equip them, and then they'll just go and do the job. What is killing us in this area of insecurity we have people in place that, the security apparatuses have been infiltrated by Boko Haram itself. And we have people in authority that does not really want to do the job right for some reason, maybe for some kind of Fulanization agenda that people are saying. But Buhari and his people in the military cannot say that they don't know where those guys are. Gumi came on national TV and said it, that they know where they are. He said it. He said he went to meet them and they know where they are, but the government does not want to act for one reason or the other. But, if the baton of leadership change and another person can move things around, take some courageous step, they can eliminate them. They can eliminate them. If come to the worst, they can invite some expertise from abroad to come and help them do the job. Jonathan did it. Jonathan was actually winning the war before the election, but because
I think he moved too late. That was what he did.
Yeah.
If he had done it earlier, then he would have finished them off. Yeah.
Yes. He moved too late. He was winning the war prior to the election.
Elections took place in Borno now in 2014. Yeah. So
he stabilized it. He pushed those guys back, but because he moved too late.
And all of those territories that Buhari is claiming that he reclaimed from Boko Haram in Borno, those were actually reclaimed just at the 11th hour of Goodluck Jonathan's administration. He flushed them out of those spaces, not Buhari.
He flushed them out. Jonathan invited some mercenaries. He contracted the job. And those that they invited into the country were really doing the job well.
And what he sacked them, Buhari, and that is what.
Buhari. Can you take a question, Ajalikoko? Can you take a question?
What's the question, sir?
When you see the 5 presidential aspirants as listed by one man, what does that list say about the PDP?
Repeat the question. You said the vice presidential aspirant, or what do you say? I can't hear you well.
The 5 person.
Okay.
What does that tell you about the PDP party? Does it mean they don't have anybody that is capable, or what? Because among the 5, I didn't see any PDP member.
Well, that was somebody. That was one person suggesting those names.
No, that's an inaccurate statement. Madam Ngozi is PDP. Akinwumi Adesina is PDP.
It's PDP. Right.
Marwa, he's PDP. The only person there, I saw the flag behind him in the photo. Now it was a PDP flag. Maybe he
has crossed to APC.
But the only real APC is the vice president.
Dr. Ngozi have always stated that she is not a partisan person. She doesn't belong to a political party.
She served under PDP.
She says she's a technocrat.
As the Akinwumi, you can't be a minister within a political dispensation and not be of the party that appointed you.
Yeah, you can. Yes, you can. She's a technocrat. She has always said she's not partisan. So I'm not going to give her a political party ticket.
Well,
Mr. Jafar, maybe we wait for PDP. PDP are still struggling among themselves. They don't. They are facing a serious problem now. Let's see what they will come out with after they organize their zonal appointment and their Congress. Maybe we will see what they will come out with. But for now, PDP is they are going through a trying period. They are going through a serious trying period now.
All right. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. Let me go on to Ola Ajanle Koko and sound his opinion. He's quite keen on that forex space. So let me take you first then to that forex space. Ola, massive corruption, favoritism going on with CBN's forex policy. This is what now this guy that's now rediscovered is Mojo, the vice president, speaks. So what are your thoughts on that? Massive corruption, favoritism going on with CBN's forex policy?
Yeah, of course, yes. The professor was very correct in his statement, and normally, practically, that's what he could have said, because naturally, the global financial community, they've always clamored for a situation whereby you separate the fiscal policy from the monetary policy. On the other hand, you don't want politicians to be the one at the helm of your monetary affairs, so that they can have that trust in the international community, and for to send the right signal to the foreign investors to invest. So they don't want a situation whereby a politician will be tweaking that in. So that's why the like of Osinbajo can speak despite being part of the government. So it will be seen as a part of the executive and those people that are the mover of the fiscal policies. But when it comes to the monetary, that's the type of policy that Obasanjo, under this thing when Soludo was his financial advisor, on economy, or the economic advisor, that they did that. And so they made the CBN, which is the person that anchor monetary policy, to be independent. So now, what is when you have too much gap between the parallel market and the official market, of course, you generated the corruption, because the Nigerian currency is heavily subsidized to favor those people that are the friends of those people in power. So when they have access to this, the next thing to do is to do round tripping. There's no business that is as good as that, because within 1 hour you are making millions of naira in transaction. So why are we expecting the place to be corrupt free? So now the actual value of Nigerian currency is what you find in the parallel market. Like, this thing is still like a regular demand and supply share, the demand and supply. When you have when the demand the demand is more than the supply, you create this gap. And unfortunately, Nigeria is not earning enough forex to actually create surplus in this particular angle. So now the criminal elements, they've mastered the way of hijacking the monetary sector of the country just to favor themselves. So now, if one man went to Mona, for example, because I know that Ajanle Koko was suggesting that they should kill the parallel market, which is like a very difficult task in the developing country. Yeah, in the developed country, you don't even want to create such parallel market, because it's not going to be lucrative for you. Because when you want to ship in something that you can easily access your forex, why will you go to the parallel market? So it's not lucrative in the country like, say, United States or like Canada or those advanced countries, because you are just going to run a risk when you even amass a huge currency, or you try to speculate and you start holding and you start speculating, it's going to backfire on you big time. So, but in Nigeria, reverse is the case. Someone who has said your forex is heavily subsidized. That this is where Nigeria government is getting that idea of subsidy wrongly, because when China was going to resolve the problem of subsidizing their currency, they didn't subsidize currency, but they subsidized other means of production like electricity, like water, like other things, but not subsidizing their forex. But in Nigeria's situation, we are subsidizing forex and creating artificial scarcity. We are creating artificial gap and all those things. So Osinbajo was totally right in what he's saying. And the best he could say was what he said. He couldn't have said, okay, we are firing you. If you say we are firing you, CBN governor, then that's the hand of politicians there, and he's sending a very wrong listening to the community. And as a matter of fact, what Ajale Koko said was what Buhari wanted to do at the initial stage of his administration, but it didn't backfire. What we got at the end of the day was balloon exchange rate. So Nigeria is in a
in the early stages of the Buhari administration, there were actually 3 almost markets running just to the dollar. It was just wild. A lot of people made a lot of money then when this guy was essentially just artificially holding the naira, because he's saying he doesn't want to destroy the naira, and you don't have an economic policy and the market is rebelling against you.
Exactly. Some of us with dollars in our account that time, we remember that it was difficult for us to move. We could access a certain amount of money. So that's where they got it wrong from the beginning of this administration. So we have a situation whereby we are not actually giving those dollars to those people that are producing. And unfortunately, we are consuming more of this thing. So the dollar, the real currency, the real value of dollar today is what you find in the parallel market, and that is what the government should allow.
But that is what I was saying to Ajale Koko, that they should just liberalize the whole space and let the naira find its level.
Exactly, because when you allow naira to find its level, so patronizing CBN for official
then Dangote would not be able to round trip anymore. Then maybe it can complete that refinery.
Exactly. So those people that really want to invest in production, they will be able to invest in production, and the more you get in production, then that is when you increase your earning. So that's what we need to stabilize this our naira. So now, if we move
can I interject 1 minute?
Yeah, okay.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Okay.
This liberalization that you are talking about is what Babangida did, that destroyed the economy and drove us down this lane.
No, it was right, but he did not manage it right.
The same thing is going to happen. When you liberalize it, then that is the end of naira, because you don't have anything to back the naira. You don't have no exports right now.
All right.
You don't have anything to export.
That Babangida aspect you mentioned, this is it.
Yeah.
When IMF brought their loan to us, they asked us to jack up our production. Now, the means of that production, did we listen to them? We didn't improve our power capacity. We didn't do all those stuff.
What happened then was we didn't need that loan that time. We did not need it. We should have developed what we had and increase our export. That will have helped us better than dabbling into that useless IMF loan that, with those conditionalities, liberalize, do this, devalue your currency and all this. And then we started the journey to grave.
All right. Let me move on. Go on, Ola. Round off your point.
The like of Chinese and another country, they did something similar to IMF and they succeeded in that. So the question is this: we have to check our own peculiarity, not necessarily.
Which country is that? Which country is that? Which country?
Oh no! I don't want to open that conversation because we'll go another 20 minutes just off topic. But I'll address that quickly and then let me move you on. Yeah. Put your question that far and then,
Because I want to agree with Ajale Koko that the structural adjustment plan as imposed to most African countries by these Bretton Woods institutions did not help us. It actually destroyed our economy with all the conditions, retrenchment of public workers, cutting with no production capacity, That's what we are still feeling today. That's my view.
No, Jafar, this is where we got this thing wrong. In 2011, when China was trying to devalue their currency, Obama fought the Chinese tooth and nail. Because what the implication is this? When you devalue your currency, what are you talking about? Because they know the capacity of China, that these guys, they are manufacturing, they already managed to crash the European economy. They are going to cause damages, because as at now, the United States of America economy is running at about 80% services, not manufacturing. So now imagine when China now managed to devalue their currency that time, they will kill the remaining 20% manufacturing in the United States of America. That is exactly what IMF was selling to Nigeria, but we failed because of corruption. So saying IMF, you see, we should separate between when the political economic analysts are saying something and when real economists are saying something on the other hand. It was not IMF that killed us, but because of the wrong implementation and corruption. That is what killed Nigeria. If Nigeria had implemented that thing, we would have been like Korea today, South Korea today. We would have been like China. So don't let us blame that IMF. It was just the kind of lies that all these guys sold to us over time.
All right, thank you. Let me move you on from that IMF space. Let me move you instead to Kaduna State. El Rufai sacks Chief of Staff after calling Lamido Sanusi former Emir. So I thought that was his now title because he's no longer the Emir of Kano, but it looks as though a lot of us are mistaken and they will pay a heavy price now for calling him the former Emir of Kano. So what are you making of that space, Ola?
I was even thinking you were going to bring that of IMF and this kind of GDP and loan. You know, and Sanusi, we know they mix together now. So I won't be fair to him. So don't let me not go to him. So.
All right, let me move you on from there then to
Can I say something on that space?
Who's that?
Jafar, I want to say something.
Okay, go on. But I was going to come to you next, but go on now. Yeah, Jafar.
Yeah, I just want to correct an impression. I don't believe the chief of staff was deployed because of the comment he made introducing
Haba, Jafar. What are you talking about? Hold on.
Can I line my thoughts?
No. Let you land your thought.
Can I line on my thoughts?
No. You land your thought, but let me give you this paragraph. When I listen to the chief of staff, I will call him former chief of staff, and you will understand why I call you former later, Mr. Sanusi said when they took the microphone. So now land your thought.
I heard that, but I'm trying to tell you, I don't believe that was the reason the chief of staff was redeployed, because this is not the first time that El Rufai is actually redeploying his chief of staff. In 2019, he redeployed his chief of staff to the commission to be the commissioner of finance of Kaduna State. So anybody that knows El Rufai doesn't keep his collaborator on one spot for long. He moved them around. The same chief of staff that has been sent back to budget and planning used to be the commissioner of budget and planning before he was made the chief of staff.
Okay.
So that's the point.
So what was the emir saying then when he said
probably
when he said you are now the former chief of staff and then they sacked the guy the next day?
Okay, probably the governor has told his friend Sunusi Lamido that I'm going to reshuffle or redeploy members of my cabinet.
Let's not always. You're better than this now. You're better than this now, Jafar. Come on, man.
Let's not always.
Sometimes you just have to put your hands up. Haba, Jafar.
No. I don't believe. Like, sincerely, I don't believe that.
No, Jafar, no.
I don't believe.
Jafar, in all of the time that I've known you, this is the first minus you are getting from me, the first one. The man spoke his own words out. He said, I will have you sacked. Hold on, Jafar, the man said, I will have you sacked, and they sacked the guy the next day, and you're telling us that is not the case. Abba now.
I'm not saying that's not the case. I just say I don't think that would be the case. Because El Rufai has done it before. There is fact. That's a historical fact. He has done it before. before 2019. He has done it. He did it before.
Jafar, if you offend me and I tell you that I will get you sacked in your job tomorrow, and you turn up at work tomorrow and they sack you, what will you think has happened?
Yeah, I will perceive that you are the one that engineer my sacking.
What are you talking about now? Come on,
but
man.
That may not necessarily be the case. That might not necessarily be the case. That's the point I'm trying to make.
All right, though. That's not the case. That is Jafar.
So I said that might not necessarily.
We have now met a new Jafar today.
Well, I want to say something, but maybe when you get to my turn, I wanted to ask.
No, come in. If it's immediate to your thoughts, then let's hear it now.
Well, I mean, I don't know. So, well, you see, I don't want to sound like I'm always here to come and attack Jafar sometimes, but sometimes I wonder how. Well, maybe he has a point.
Don't
rational man. Let me say something.
Hold on, both of you. And this is to everybody. Don't go to the personalities. Go to the topics. No ad hominems. Don't
rational man. Hold on. I just want to make this point.
No, I know you don't feel it personally. I know you don't.
I don't feel anything. I don't feel as if anybody is attacking me on this platform. People are allowed to have divergent views. If you say something that doesn't agree with me, I take it as if that's your view. I don't take anything personally.
No, thank you.
For the record.
So thank you, Jafar. But let me just say this broadly. Don't play the man, play the ball. Don't play the personality, play their opinion. So that's just as a general.
That's what I'm trying to address.
Go on. Yeah.
I was trying to address that. I don't want him to see what I'm always here on this platform to come and attack him. No. It's just sometimes the way we reason. Sometimes we reason differently. Well, you said possibly he was not responsible for it, but you know who? I mean, of course you know. Who El-Rufai is to the former emir. They were very close friends. And so, and then looking at the context in which he says that thing, and in fact, I mean, from what the man said, I don't think he meant any harm. He meant no offense when he said, look, the emir of, the other emir he called before, he called the emir of, former emir of Kano. And he said former emir. The guy wasn't wrong. He was a former emir. Ganduje removed him, even though we all agree maybe the way Ganduje removed him. But the guy was just, he was the MC, or perhaps he was just introducing him. But then look at how he took, even from the way he said it, from the way even Lamido Sanusi even said it, you could see that he took offense from it. Even though he said he downplayed it by the way he just spoke. But if you look through his body language and the way he said it, you will know he took offense. So you see, for me, he said something like that. And then it's just like when Yoruba people say, Ajekilano, Omokule, and something like that, Who does not know that it was the same witch that confessed yesterday, or that killed the baby today, or as the case may be? Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that no doubt from what happened, it got the man fired. He's very close to the emir of Kano. Is very close to what's it called?
Rufai.
Yes.
Very close.
It was El-Rufai. When they banished him, it was El-Rufai that went to the village where they banished him and took him to Lagos. Now.
So you can imagine when he gave that kind of a threat to that guy that
I think it's beyond question that Sanusi had.
I used to respect Sanusi, but for what I saw, in fact, it was this guy that even made me say that. I didn't even say it was.
It's a very tyrannical man because he's well spoken.
He's a despot because
he's a
kind of person becomes a leader.
Rational
Jafar, when I said I didn't want to say anything about Sanusi, that I won't be fair to him, that's one of the reasons. He promised to deal with Akínbọ́lá then and those people, and he did it. So it has always been him. So I won't be fair to him personally. So that's why I recuse myself.
People are very vindictive. They're very vindictive.
Rational mind. The reason I said it might not possibly be him because based on El-Rufai history, this is not the first time that he's
everybody reshuffles.
And this reshufflement did not involve only his chief of staff.
Yeah, but that's a cover.
Use that as a
come on. Jafar, you have to understand that the people on this platform are highly educated and very intelligent. They are no fools here. Come on, man. Come on.
I never suggested that.
Yeah, but what you are saying now is almost as though you think we are dumb
no,
or something.
I'm like, we have to
We're
give
not
people the
dumb
benefit
now.
of doubt.
No,
Let's
there's
give
no
people the
benefit of
benefit
doubt
of
here.
doubt.
When somebody says his own words and it happens, there's no benefit of doubt there. It says, I will have you fired, and they fired the guy. Where's the benefit?
He's not fired. He was redeployed, one man. That's not firing. You fire somebody when you lose your job.
Jafar,
he was redeployed.
All right.
Jafar is a politician, so I said
that's a fact. He wasn't fired. He was redeployed as a commissioner for budget and planning. A position he used to know.
That's what he said. Former.
He was demoted, Jafar. He was demoted.
He said former. He said, you're going to be, you call me former. You two, you're going to be a former. That's what he said. Did you people listen to
and that happened immediately after.
Woman, can you play that? Can you play that? I think Reno has it. Reno Mockery has it on his. I don't know if you can pick it up.
I saw it, and it's trending on social media everywhere. It's not like I didn't see it. Yeah, I've heard it.
All right. Jafar, as I said, in all of the times that you've been coming here, this is your first minus from me. You know. I don't know.
He's a politician. He's
a politician. Look at that.
Welcome to the club. Then you will get a lot of minus.
You get a lot of plus from me all the time, but this one is a minus. But thank you, Jafar. So let's get back to Ola, and then we'll run you through then this narrative. Just match the storyline of Okonjo-Iweala and Akinwumi Adesina together. Both of them speaking about the difficulties of doing business in Nigeria and how it affects the GDP of the country. Madam Ngozi, of course, she adds statistics to it, and she says it's ratcheting up tariff to 306%. Just the bottlenecks, the corruption, and the not fit for purpose. And we've cited the example of the custom services, where they're still pointing torchlighting to containers, etc. So to all of that, your thoughts, Ola?
You see what those two great persons, what they said.
Sorry, everyone, Jafar, you are an informant.
Oh God. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. Carry on now, Ola.
So they are very correct. For example, now when Adesina is saying Nigeria has over borrowed, the fact remains that naturally when these people want to deceive us, they will say, because of our GDP, 35% of the ratio, which is 35%, is we are under borrowed. The fact that these people are not telling people is this. Now, although it's very technical, consumption can be part of your GDP. I say it's technical because it's what you produce, you consume. Now, the money you are borrowing from the Chinese and all these things, there's a way you can put them and add them as part of your GDP, for example. So you now borrow money from China, you inject it in, you understand? Because money you borrow is supposed to be part of your asset transactions, right? You now inflate your GDP and you are now saying, my GDP is this. And yet, you are consuming because at the end of the day, let's say you borrow like 10 billion from China, for example, and most services that we provided from that loan, we go to the Chinese, and you are still claiming this as part of your GDP, for example. Now, you now have 35% because when you invest in infrastructure, it's supposed to create some kind of investment. Just like when this telecom came now, when they invested for a foreign direct investment, for example, the next thing we started seeing something like from Computer Village, we started seeing some kind of fintech, we started seeing some kind of, the thing just escalated to the level of macroeconomy that you see activities, interdependent activities that are coming. Now you are getting this loan. You are saying we are under borrow. You invest in Maradi, the Nigerian Maradi railway that you cannot even see the type of economic benefit. You are doing some kind of raid that you need about 60 billion to maintain. And this thing that you cannot really pinpoint the type of economic activity that this thing have generated. And you are saying, we are under borrow at 35%. No. That is the kind of misinformation these people are giving us. Now, what we borrow now is we are not generating enough revenue to even be able to service those debts. You understand? That is why we say we've over borrowed already. Even the ratio to GDP appears to be very low, but we are applying it in a very wrong term. That is the reason. So what Akiwumi was telling Nigeria is into serious trouble in terms of debt, and we cannot really see what we are borrowing for, right? Which they are very correct. Then when we go to all this kind of the cost of doing business in Nigeria that is so escalated, of course, we know now. Let's even forget about all these people that all this local government are used to put nail that they will put nail on stick and they will put on road, and when you are going through Lagos or all those things that disturb you. Let's start even from the one from the port. When Jafar was talking about scanner the other time, I had that information because I like Google very well. I like following what they are doing in Nigeria. So you can call me a Google master. So now the thing is, they have all those things there. But it is what is well known in our system is that human beings want to make money. They will always create that bureaucracy. It's just like when they tell you Nigerian passport, so let's say it's 20,000. You can never get Nigerian passport for 20,000. It's either they will tell you the booklet is the out of booklet or those things. Human beings they must create bureaucracy so that they can the thing of 20,000 they can create it for like 60,000. That's exactly what is happening, and that's the type of economy they are talking about. That the ease of doing business is so terrible. Something you can move online. You now create a manual file that you'll be passing from one office to another. So they are very correct. Now, see the issue of our power generation, for example. You can imagine that Obasanjo, for example, bought some kind of power equipment between 2003 up to 2006. And these people in our government, they kept the thing at the port there, accumulating demurrage over time. Now, just look at an investor. Just look at those people that invested in all those things with in the public partnership, all those kind of things. And you want to do business in Nigeria, and you already borrow money, and you put money in that thing, and you be paying interest for the business you are not doing. Those are the kind of the problem we are talking about this in Nigeria. So those two gentlemen, what they were saying, they were so accurate.
I don't think Madam Ngozi would enjoy being described as a gentleman.
Oh, sorry, gentle person. Sorry, I like using the word. I like using the non-gender based this thing. Gentle persons. You understand? Sorry. Yeah. So they are well respected economists, and they've done well, and they are one of those. They are among those people promoting the names of the country in the positives. So I think what they are saying, honestly, they are very correct. Nigeria today, because when we talk, this is why we are talking about taking this thing, we liberalize our economy. Let us restructure the economy so that every state will decide how they want to run, so that there won't be all this unnecessary criminality. Because when you see the business that states are running, when you look at the businesses that states are running, they are actually cost efficient when you compare. Look at Ikunderi Farm, for example, that this Fashola, Fayemi is doing. There's no room for double taxation because the government is the one clearing all those obstacles, all those things. But when you see those ones that are at the federal level and you just live in the hand of some incompetent people, these people must create bureaucracy for themselves just because the way we are doing it. So we need electronic control system that we just take these people out of job. It's ridiculous that someone is saying they don't have the diesel to power to power generator to power the scanner. Oh my goodness. So how did they scan the one that FedEx and Co are doing? How do they normally manage all those ones? When you are coming to FedEx, all those things that all those Korean normally process, how do they scan them, for example, if those things do not exist? So this thing is they are human created. So which I think all those gentle persons they were right not in the opinion, in the facts they presented before us.
All right. Thank you, Ola. And then just on this list now, people like Ajanle Koko and others have been clamoring that we move from the traditional names to identify new talents to lead the Nigerian space. So this article now presents somewhat new talent for us to conjure with. Akiwumi, Adesina, you already know their CVs, so I'm not going to run you through their CVs. Akiwumi, Adesina, Amina Mohammed, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who you were just speaking about, Mohammed Buba Marwa, and your trusted VP, Osinbajo. So now, a president from those 5 names, are you able to identify a president in that mix?
Honestly, if you ask me, my number 1 will be Osinbajo. Then my number 2 will be Okonjo-Iweala. And I have my reason. Now, when Auntie Okonjo was in power, right, I can attest to her stubbornness. You know, when you wanted her to bend your wishes, no. So she can hold on to her belief and make sure that he does the right thing. And this woman, over time, he has managed to protect her reputation, and based on the antecedent and what she managed to achieve as the Minister of Finance, I think that one is giving her enough leverage for her to even move higher in her career. You know, and now she's a global citizen, and she has everything that the office needs. Then the VP, based on his antecedent as what he did in Lagos.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Okay, sir.
Can I interject 1 minute, Ola?
You are free, sir. You are free, brother.
Yeah.
You are free now.
You see that Okonjo-Iweala, I think we are overrating that woman. When she managed the economy during Jonathan time, in spite of the fact that the income for that nation, the revenue for that nation was very good, the oil was at a very good price, she drove the economy down the line of indebtedness, which was not necessary as at then. So on that aspect, I think I think she didn't do right. She incurred debt on that nation during that time when they were selling oil at over $100. Why did she do that?
Angelo, can I come in here?
Yeah,
come in. I will respond to him.
Angelico, remember
when they hold on 1 minute. Let me make a point. Let me finish this point. When Obasanjo handed over to them, Nigeria was on a clean slate, no debt. Jonathan got there within 6 years, during which they were making huge money. They still went and borrowed debt. They took us down the line of indebtedness up to the tune of maybe $24 billion or something like that. For what? What did they do with it when they were making a lot of money? And they squandered all the savings that Obasanjo put in the central bank, all the excess crude oil savings. They squander it. What did she manage?
Can I respond to that?
We are operating that woman.
Okay, can I respond to that?
Yes.
You know, Koko, we use the issue of Osinbajo, that you say that the fact that someone in power, we should know the person's limitation. It's just like, for example, now today, or yesterday or 3 days ago, we read that there's some 33 Nigerians were arrested for doing 419, for example. Now, it doesn't make all Nigerians, because we are all Nigerians, that will not put us in the same group that because some Nigerians are rogue, that because some Nigerians 419 are Yahoo boys, that we are all Yahoo boys. We still have some clean people that they have the independence, and we have our own principle. But when you merge us together, you see Nigeria as a corrupt country. But out of corrupt country, we still see some people that are very honest, that they will never do anything wrong just for personal gain. Now, look at it this way. Look at the irony of what you've just driven, bros. Now, the same Okonjo-Iweala facilitated the debt forgiveness and the repayment of our debt. As a matter of fact, this woman was actually brehunted, brehunted just for that purpose.
I disagree with you. She did not facilitate. She did not facilitate.
No, Sam, I will give you some. Let me just respond to Ajale so that we won't lose our this thing.
She did not facilitate the written off of our debt. It was Obasanjo's goal. It was one of the Obasanjo's policy. As at the time that he came into government, he initiated, it was Obasanjo that initiated that and went to all this Paris Club and all these nations that were indebted, international conferences campaigning for campaigning that they should write off our debt. He mobilized all African leaders, leaders of South Africa, leaders of other nations, and led them to international monetary institution meeting and told them that, look, if you Western world can raise money to help Iraq in the for development of democracy there, we have democracy. Why can't you help us? So he took up this fight against Western world, and they listening. So it is not Okonjo-Iweala. No.
Okay. Can I respond to you?
Yeah.
Sam, wait, please. Let me just respond to him, please. You will respond. Now, see, Obasanjo, give the credit to Obasanjo, but I read how one of the foremost financial institutions in the world recommended that if we are going to achieve this thing, pick Okonjo-Iweala. See, Soludo and Okonjo-Iweala, they play key role in that. Okonjo-Iweala was the one that redesigned our fiscal strategy. And she was the one that advised OBJ on the need for savings and how we can meet our financial fiscal goal. While that of Soludo was basically concentrating on how to reposition our monetary strategy so that Nigerian banks will be able to finance major loan instead of us running to international community. So now, good. It was part of what Obasanjo wanted to do, but Obasanjo will not do it himself without having the foot soldiers that will do the runnings for him. Now, this guy, these people, when they were doing this thing, truly they made savings. They made for our external reserve and excess crude oil account. They created all those things, created wealth. Now, mind you, in 2013, it was Amechi that led other governors to fight Jonathan to stand still, that they have to share that excess crude oil account. Amechi told is on the internet. Amechi said himself that because when the money started disappearing, mind you, there was an issue with what Desiani was sitting on, which Jonathan was not saying anything about.
Where are we going?
Now, because we are talking about the credibility, the CV of Okonjo-Iweala. So Ajani was trying to say why Okonjo-Iweala should not be qualified. He's talking about how she destroyed the economy under Jonathan, and this is what I try to disagree with. Now, the Governors Forum said they have to share that money. And at the end of the day, Okonjo-Iweala was fighting, but Jonathan, as he said, okay, let them share the money. He just gave them the reason to share the money. See, Jonathan approved the sharing of the excess crude oil account. Meanwhile, that excess crude oil account, it was actually becoming leaner, even right from under Yar'Adua before Jonathan. So what we are saying in essence is this: if Okonjo-Iweala had that power at that time,
Ajanle Koko, I just want to move it on. So let Ola land, and then Ola very briefly on Akinwumi, and then I'll go on to Jafar. Sorry, Ajanle Koko, to stop you.
So So what happened about how they share money that time? You understand? You can't credit that one to Kojo Wiala because he was not the one signed, because the president must approve. So he advised, it's written, you will see it on the internet. She objected to that sharing of that money, but Jonathan went ahead because of the trouble of Amechi. They shared the money. So don't blame her for that, because this woman made sure that she documented everything to make sure that he absorbed
all right. We just go on and on, you know. All right, but please make it brief. No, please, Sam. No, Sam. No, please. Yeah,
I agree with you that we cannot blame her for sharing that money. But why did she took us down the road of borrowing when we were making heavy money that time? Why did she took us down the road to borrow? And by the time they were leaving office, they have incurred about $24 billion on Nigeria. That was not a good. She didn't manage the economy well.
You see, when you talk of the national debt, sometimes is this. When people package this thing, they manage to exclude what the state are borrowing. See, borrowing alone, the borrowing we are talking alone, is not for the federal government alone. When we talk of the one the fashion line and co they borrow, you combine everything together. Don't forget that this woman was even ahead of these people saying, okay, let's just start removing the Paris debt, even from the state, just to make sure that they use that to discipline the state governor, to make them fiscally disciplined. So that she encouraged that thing. No, it was the state governor. By the time they presented the loan, the federal we have to ratify.
Don't defend that. Federal government had larger share in that loan. Federal government had larger share in that loan.
No, I'm just telling you. No, you said 24 billion. I said don't look at it as the federal alone. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying federal didn't have. Now,
why must we borrow when we are making good money? That was a bad management on our own side.
It was. Okay, what did they do for example?
You can see people dropping off the screens because it's just that they're having to wait for too long. So, Ola, thank you. Let me go on to Jafar and just try to progress things on. Jafar, are you with us? Jafar. All right. Let me go on then to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, brilliant. All right, good to have a Rational Mind. So let me then take you to that space where you chimed in. El Rufai sacks chief of staff after calling Lamido former emir. So just the curiosity of that. I've never heard such a thing. So you are Rational Mind, and I call you Rational Mind, and then you then take offense to me calling you Rational Mind, even though that is the name that is reflecting on your avatar. I mean, what is going on there, Rational Mind?
Well, it's it is what I mean. I don't know how to characterize this. What I just see there is just that, like I said, it was like a witch that confesses, and die. So I don't know how. I'm forgetting how they say that in Yoruba. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that
Ajekela no omokuleni. Look at that, eh? You've been too long abroad, eh?
Yeah. Sometimes you just lose touch with some of these things. Yeah. Anyway, so no, you need to, like I said, I just wish you can bring up that clip, the way he said it, so that we could, because for me, I studied a little bit of psychology, so you can when you look at people, you can really tell his body language and all of that. You can tell from the way he said it. He took offense. I mean, he was really mad that they called him. But then the question is, are you not the former? Are you not the former emir?
I do.
You were a former emir. So if the guy calls you a former emir, I mean, it didn't even say it in a denigrating way. It didn't say it in a way that is offensive. So why would you take offense? And then he was like saying, you call me a former emir, or then, well, I guarantee you'll be a former chief of staff until the guy was demoted. So it's no longer the chief of staff, even though he's still employed under the Kaduna State government. But it's no longer. But then you see, how do we reconcile that? It shows that he must have hands in it. He's involved. So you see, we can just go on talking about it like. It's very, very hard for me to believe that he doesn't know anything about how that guy was.
Drink it, Chedu.
Mr. Sam, you are.
What are you drinking, Sam? All right. Let me see if I've got that clip for you. Rational Mind. Let me just bear with me 1 second. I think because you wanted us to hear it from your horse's mouth. So yeah.
Video of Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, the former Emir of Kano, the former governor of the central bank. A lot of you have been very sympathetic about this this gentleman. So watch this video, and probably it will help you assess this man's character and his personality better. Because he's just watch it.
Your Royal Highness, the Emir of Zazzau and the former Emir of Kano.
And to be honest, when I looked through the plan and when I listened to I'll call him the former chief of staff, and you'll understand why later. Next time, don't call me former Emir.
There you go. You just imagine. Can you just listen to that? Don't next time not call me a former Emir. I mean, who are you? Are you not a former Emir? And I look at it, it says, you understand later. Now we understand it later now, isn't it? That the guy was demoted. The guy is no longer the chief of, I mean, he's no longer the chief of staff to the governor. So nobody can tell me that this, looking at it, the way he said it, I know that this man he took offense at what that guy said to him. But the question is, was the guy wrong by calling? You see, these people with their ego and this egomania kind of people, that leaders that we have. I was even thinking that this guy is one of those good person from the north. I mean, I'm not to say that there are other people, good people from the north. I mean, like one of those leaders from the north. But now, from what I've seen, I know we don't want to have this kind of a person. We don't want to have this kind of person being even the deputy. I mean, not even the president, not even the vice president. I was rooting for him, that this guy.
Do you think that little cameo was the veil being slightly dropped and the real Sanusi that we're seeing really?
Yeah, we're seeing.
They might mind all the English that he speaks in Lagos. This is who he really is.
No, I thought I really knew him, but from that, in fact, I could now understand why Jonathan removed him, because I mean, you don't really attack your boss. There was a way he was attacking Jonathan back then when Jonathan was there, and I think some people, they kind of like advised Jonathan to take him off. That was why they took him off. So I think back then I was thinking maybe because he was revealing all the secrets of how they were looting money from the central bank, how they were moving money out of Nigeria. Maybe that was why they removed him. But somebody was telling me back then, even it was in some of the newspapers, that the guy was really being offensive. I mean, it was kind of like, there's a way you attack your boss. I know Nigerian context, but now from what I'm seeing now, and what Ola said when he said to Erastus Akingbola then that he's going to make sure that guy pay for whatever, and then he paid. I mean, the guy lost a lot of things. I mean, the guy is almost like an ordinary man now in Nigeria. So what I'm trying to say is that these people are vindictive, very, very vindictive. Why would you, go to that extent of saying that to a chief of staff? You understand later. Well, now we understand later now that the guy is no longer the chief of staff. He's now a former chief of staff.
Do you think he got him sacked?
I believe so. I believe.
It's difficult. It's difficult to think otherwise. I mean, it's just. I mean, so straightforward.
He said you understand later. That's what it's. Did you read that?
And then they sacked the guy almost immediately after.
Yeah. So you understand later, and so now we're understanding later that the guy is no longer the chief of staff. So what are we saying? It's saying I'm going to get you in trouble. That's what it's saying invariably. I'm going to get you in trouble. You'll be fired. And you become a former, like you called me a former too. So, but the question is he not a former emir? Was he not a former emir? I mean, he's now actually right now. He's now a former emir.
You know what really grated on his nerves? If you listen to the guy, you listen to the sequence of what that guy said. I want you, maybe you'll notice something here. Let me just play it one more time.
Your Royal Highness, the Emir of Zazzau and the former Emir of Kano.
So that was the part that got to him.
Yeah.
Your Royal Highness, the Emir of Zozo, so he gave that the full accolade, and then he just dismissed him out of hand and the former Emir of Kano. that was what got to him.
So you see, I mean, even look at it, looking at the way the guy said it, you can see the guy was hesitant. Maybe it was like he was short of words, how to describe him, how to refer to him, how to address him. You see, if you could see the way the guy said it, was kind of like it took some few minutes or few seconds rather to really put his thought together as to how to refer to him, how to address him. Should I address him like Homer or should I? It was like you could see that from the way he was hesitant, but at the end of the day, he had to say it the way it is. So,
power show.
Is he wrong? Is the guy wrong calling him for emir? That's to tell you how egocentric, egomaniac these people are.
Oh man, can I ask a question? What is he? Is he not former emir of
that's the question. That's the question. You know, we don't now know because we saw him dethroned, which then makes him ex. You know, so what is he if he's not the former emir? You know.
Yeah.
Do they call another name other than former? What did he want them to call him?
I don't know. Does he want to be called Mr.? Is that the thing? Or what does he want to be called? Does he want Mr. Lamido Sanusi? Or imagine if that guy said Mr.
So does he want to call him Emir of Kano? You can't call him Emir of Kano
because he's not
He's not Emir of Kano.
It's unbelievable, you know.
Unbelievable.
You know. So thank you for that rational mind. So to that space there, the economics that we've been debating just earlier, massive corruption, favoritism going on with CBN's forex policy. And Osinbajo speaks to that disparity between the official rate and the parallel market. There's a chasm of 40%. So the official rate being 410 to the dollar, 570 in the parallel market, which is a disparity of 160 naira, which is approximately 40%. And he then says that that's just a nesting bed for corruption because it's just so easy to round trip money when you can just sit in your room and just move money around and be raking 40% on the dollar. So to that space of corruption and this now market, I was talking about liberalization earlier on, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah, you see, I did a little bit of economics, even though I won't refer to myself as economics. I'm not as good in economics like I would in other areas. But anyway, I listened to, which is not just Morgan saying it. I've known that. And I remember we discussed some few days ago, or some, was it last week, when we were talking about Atiku. And I said something about cronism, which is crony kind of economic capitalism. The kind of capitalism we practice in Nigeria, according to Mogalu, he kind of talk about three types of capitalism: welfare capitalism, cronism, or cronism capitalism, and then is it the liberal kind of one practice here in the United States. So now the point is, the one we practice in Nigeria is that cronism kind of capitalism. That is a kind of a capitalist system that is being practiced by, that is being controlled by just few people, and then they enrich themselves, just themselves. That money does not trickle down. You know, like they say in trickle down economics, it's just up there. It's just they alone. Just they inherit that thing and they pass it on to their own kids and to their friends and like that. So what kind of, how such a state or country that practices that kind of economic system, it's going to be just the way we find it right now in Nigeria. You subsidize the dollar to some people, like the Boa guy, like Dangote and some people. They have their own price, they get it from the central bank. And the other people, they buy it at a higher price, even though you give other people. I mean, what I'm trying to just say in this sense is that the kind of capitalism, or even that, if I thought we're even practicing capitalism in that country, it's just fraudulent. That is why you see what we see playing out in that country. Yes, I agree with what the vice president says. Initially, I was like, no, we can't go down that route. But sometimes you just have to take some measures to really achieve some goals. Liberalize it. Let the dollar, and let the dollar find
what we have essentially, rational mind, is the naira being subsidized to the tune of 40% of its actual market value. So that subsidy, of course, it has to come from somewhere, and that is real money that we're talking about.
Yeah.
And 40% then insulating the naira, that then tells you of what impact that has on the economic space.
Of course, yes, that's what I'm saying. It's just the only few people benefit from this kind of system they're practicing right now, or this kind of monetary policy they're practicing, whereby you subsidize. So who are you subsidizing for? The subsidy is okay. Look, we're talking about the petroleum now. You say they subsidize the fuel. Now, who is really benefiting? It is those people that are lifting crude oil. They take crude oil out and they claim whatever figures that they bring back, and then the remaining one they pocket it. And they kind of like, they play some kind of shenanigans in that area as well too. They jack the price up. Maybe they brought in like 30,000 barrels of crude oil. They will say they brought in like 15,000 barrels of crude oil. Like one recently, a man that was being prosecuted in Lagos. One I think one middle belt guy, like I don't know, maybe it's a middle belt. Anyway, he said he brought in like 11,000 something thousand of barrels of crude oil. I thought that he said he brought in about, is it 15 or 16? But just that he brought in like 11. Now the other figure, the government paid him that. They paid him the difference. So you can imagine how they do all this kind of, and then they subsidize, they subsidize, because the subsidy goes into their own pockets. So the point is, you see, when you look at all this economics Nigeria is practicing, it doesn't work. What Osinbajo and what's his name, Akinwumi said about our debt. The thing is, I took off. I mean, once I took off, I was like, this won't go. It won't go. I mean, it's not good for us, for the masses, for the people. It's going to weigh down them. But let it weigh down anybody. That way, we can really find our level. I mean, the naira can really find its real value. Let them liberalize. Let them just let it go. Take off that subsidy. Let everybody go to the market and buy the same price, either the street price or whatever price it falls to. Let everybody buy that price. As time goes on, you see the whole thing will normalize, and then when they have too much of dollar in the market, and then the price, nobody to buy it from them anymore, the price will drop. That's what I see.
And the bottleneck of bureaucracy that Adesina was just saying, is a real weight on the neck, like an albatross on the neck of the Nigerian economy. Yeah. Just the weight of doing business, just the grind, getting things from one space to another. Yeah. And also the mono economy. He is saying this bureaucracy and bottleneck is also stifling non-oil sectors, which in itself a real gold mine for the Nigerian economy. So just the bottleneck, the bureaucracy and protectionism in the Nigerian economy.
Now, let me give you an example of what I'm trying to say, what you just said. We're talking about this mono and this bureaucracy. I remember I've said that here on your platform before. I think was it Ola was saying it as well. Something like, the policymakers in Nigeria, they still need a lot of schooling to do, a lot of re-educating to do for themselves. If I thought maybe they know it, they don't want to do it. They don't want to implement because of their own selfish gain or whatever interest they have. So what I'm trying to say is this, is that the bureaucracy, like when recently I think the governor of Ondo State was saying it. He was saying that can you situate a port? I think Ondo State has one of the deepest sea that they don't really need to dredge it as such. They can just put it there, and they can kind of like free up space in what's it called, in Lagos. That will create more job for people. But the bureaucracy behind giving Ondo State, not just Ondo State, even in the east, in the south, we have some states like Akwa Ibom and River State. They can also have seaports there. If you let these places have seaport, it will decongest Lagos. You will create more jobs for people over there. And this whole bottleneck of you have to go and wait for a long time. Your truck will be on the queue for many days. It will in fact, the road infrastructure will be free. It won't be overused. Like if they could, okay, they're borrowing money. I mean, what are you really doing with this money you're borrowing? If you have constructed a kind of like,
what I don't understand. Rational mind is every administration, and including this current one, they only ever talk of any single thing, and that is infrastructure. And when you're talking about infrastructure, you just basic common sense says you vest it first at where it will have the most impact. So go to that Apapa road. It's just a hellish place. Divot all over the road, a complete mess, tippers falling over every single day. The biggest, busiest port in Africa is that way. And they are saying they are doing infrastructure. So if they freed up that space, the impact on the economy alone, and them not freeing that space, the deficit on the economy alone these are just basic stuff.
That's
and they
what
talk
I'm saying.
about infrastructure and they build train stations
So yeah,
to
you can
foreign
imagine.
countries.
So that Lagos Ibadan Expressway, you can imagine the number of trucks and cars
Do
that
you know
fly
that's
down.
the busiest, most
This is the
trafficked road in,
busiest. Yeah.
in Africa, not in Nigeria, in Africa. It's
Yeah.
the most trafficked road in
So
Africa.
why don't you free up Lagos, situate things like that port, put one in Ondo State, put one in maybe in Delta. I mean, I think you have one in Delta already. I mean, just let these states have their own seaport. It will generate funds for them. It will generate income, revenue for them. People will move to where those areas. They will want to build their houses there. These places will develop. I don't just understand how this is the bureaucracy we're talking about. When we just face one thing, okay, for example, we're talking about states like Cross River there, where they have good timbers. I was watching what's it called? Arise News. Was it yesterday? Was it this morning? I mean, there was this Arise correspondent that did a very good job at talking about the illegal logging of that area, because that's the only place that has one of the most pristine kind of ecological habitat that has not been tampered with. But you can imagine how they've been stealing those logs, those rare woods that are very rare, that are very, very expensive. I mean, if you want to do that, you want to harvest this wood, you can do that, but you can do that in a more way whereby you can give accounts, and it won't affect the ecology of that place. But look at how they're doing it illegally. So if you have a port in that area that can, you can export it from there, rather than having to bring it all the way from there down to Lagos, I mean, it makes no sense. So what I'm trying to just say is this: Akinwumi Adesina is right by what he said, that the bureaucracy in Nigeria is killing that country. Yes, he's right. Because you imagine somebody from abroad, if I want to bring investors from America now to Nigeria, we want to maybe build a kind of want to go into some kind of a big business. Do you know how many people I will settle? You know how many people I will settle just for me to be able to get the contract or to be able to get the license to operate in Nigeria? I will settle this, settle that, and at the end of the day, and then you see, this is what we're talking about. That country can never move forward if they do not do a recalibration for that country. In every sector of that country, it needs recalibration.
And a lot of the things that will solve the Nigerian problem, not solve it, but at least reduce it enough for people to see a future ahead. A lot of them are just low-hanging fruits. A lot of them, they don't actually need a spend. They just need a policy position and a process that works. Just like we're just describing in the course of just this session now, that there's been 2 rounds of scanners for the port that they cannot power up just to do that job. So if they had that scanner, then you wouldn't have anybody going manual labor, pointing torchlights into containers. And they will just be revolving them out. If once they need to step it aside, they'll step that aside. And they'll just be revolving that out. And once they leave the port, they are in the country. So we don't need customs men all over the streets in Nigeria stopping vehicles, which is even illegal. So these are just policy things. These are not spend dollar things. These are just policy things.
We don't have strong institutions. That's another thing. We don't have strong institutions. Now, let me give you an example, like the example of the custom. Let me just give you an example of, another example of the Nigerian immigration. Nigerian immigration, they tell you there's no booklet. It's a lie. There is booklet. They will create, just like they did to the dollars, they will create artificial scarcity so that they could jack the price up. So that's one of the bureaucracy we're talking about here. When you newly appoint a controller general of an immigration of a port, and he wants his boys to be delivering money to him or give him certain percentage every month, then they will create some kind of so they just manipulate the system.
Can I come in here? 1 minute.
Go on, please.
Can I come in? You know what? This thing happened to me 20 years ago. I went to get my passport. I just visited Nigeria for the first time. I went to the Ikoyi, the one Ikoyi, they told me there's no papers. I went to the one in Maryland. There's no papers. I went to the one because there's no papers. When I came back to the house, my parents were telling me there's no papers. How can you go back? My distance have expired. I can't go back. Everywhere I went, there's no papers. Until the next day, my in-law came to pick me up. We went to the day. You know what? When they said he told me when they said there's no papers, they're expecting you to pay some money.
Of course.
But I visited Nigeria for the first time. They never asked for money. I told you never asked for money. I wound up paying, I think, 25,000. But I got the same passport the same day.
That is even your own experience. Day. I paid 150,000 naira in Nigeria just to get a new booklet. Is it the 60-something pages? The new one. I paid 150,000 and I got it the same day.
You know what I think the problem is with Nigeria, Sam and Rational Mind. The problem with Nigeria is that nobody wants the change to come during their tenure. So you have, let's just take any department. Let's take the policing as a department. So you have an IG that was in situation and he looted billions and billions of dollars. So he retires or gets replaced. So the next one that is coming now, because of course they are not going to recruit anybody from mass, it is still within the same policing system and within the upper ops in the police that they will recruit the next IG. So he knows what his predecessor has done and got away with it. So he's now not going to effect any change for the betterment or for the good, so that he doesn't then get the same opportunities to loot what his predecessor did. So he just keeps the situation as it is so that he can loot his own, and then the next man does the same, and then the next man does the same. So the example of that are 2 scanners that have been bought for the port and has not been made use of is just a good example of that. You don't need anything. The only spend you need was the purchase of the scanners, which was done, install it and put it to use. But then if you put it to use, then you cannot then be able to collect bribe anymore because things are being automated. So the one that walked away with $1 billion before you, he gets away, but you only get your salary and you won't allow that. So you frustrate that scanner and you continue, you take your, it's just, Nigeria is a crime scene.
It's a crime. It's a real crime. It's a real, there's a problem in every sector in that country. You know, like the one you just gave an example now. Why can't the scanner work? Why can't they find a way around it so that way they could get their bribes in some ways, so that when you can't scan directly and that money cannot go into the treasury, directly to the treasury, they can collect the money by hand. They can now add their own to it or inflate the price. Like they tell you, for example, I was giving an example of the Nigerian immigration. Normally, they will tell you go online, pay your money online. I tell you, go online. Some people will hijack that site. You won't be able to penetrate that site. In fact, they will just frustrate you. And then you wonder that what you were on that site, you were trying to renew your passport by just doing everything by yourself. But then how are they able to do it? That you were on that site, on the Nigerian immigration site, trying to make your payment and trying to do everything. That's what they will tell you. Say, you don't need anybody to do it for you. But then they will frustrate that site. So that you'll not be able to penetrate it. Even though when you get it on your bill, then you won't be able to like pay your money, and then you'll be required to want to like use somebody who already, I just don't know. So this is what we're talking about. So that country, a lot of things needs to be put together before anything can work in that country. Not just the government alone, the civil service and those other agencies they need, because people can't come and invest into a country like that, whereby you have to pay bribe. I mean, how much are you making in your business that you have to pay bribe everywhere?
Do you think we need a reorientation agency in Nigeria to reacquaint the people with the pride they should have in their country?
They have Nigerian Orientation Agency now. There's a one they have. I think that Obasanjo did during the time of this woman, Obiangeli, this Obi Ezekwelisi. I think it was she started one program that time, Nigerian something. I don't know, I forgot it with them.
They should be having jingles on patriotism in all the major languages to tell people what it actually means to be a Nigerian.
Yeah, so I mean, Obi did it that time, because when you go to every civil service in Abuja then, because I was in Abuja at that time, I went there briefly. I had everything was there in their. You see it there. It says they will tell you you be patriotic. Do not go through the back door. I mean, Madam Due Process, that's what they call her.
Yeah,
Madam Due Process.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to follow the, that's why they used to, they were throwing that word around there. Due process. You see, the thing is, you see, they had Nigerian Orientation Agency. That is, but these institutions, are they functioning?
But
here in America, they have. Let me give an example. I was a federal worker. I work for the Fed here. What we do is this. Like, for example, Nigeria, I mean, like in U.S. Postal Service, they have postal police. Postal police. If anything is going wrong within the post office, they can arrest the what they call it? We call them something general. I forgot. I can't even think straight right now.
Postmaster General.
Yeah, Postmaster General. They can arrest him. They can arrest him. So if anything, because these are bodies within a body that regulates the body. These are strong institutions that no one man cannot call the shots and get away free like that with it. They will put in, they will question him. That is what we need. So Nigerian Orientation Agency, is it still functioning? This is their job. This is what they should be doing. But I don't think they even work anymore. And maybe they will even frustrate the inner workings of that agency so that it won't even work anymore. So you see, that country, like you said, is a crime scene. A lot of forensic has to be done on it for us to really get it right. That's all I can say.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. Rational Mind, let me take you finally to that. Have you gone through the list of possible runners and riders?
No.
So this is something that Ajanle Koko often speaks to, that we need a new paradigm. And this article now speaks to a new-ish, because these are still no names, a new-ish paradigms. So he's now saying, as a departure from the traditional norms, these are names to conjure with for the first seat in Nigeria. Akinwumi Adesina, you know his pedigree. Amina Mohammed, you know her pedigree. Madam Ngozi, not a stranger to you. Mohammed Buba Marwa, you, a Lagosian, you know him. And of course, your VP, Osinbajo. So out of that mix, then, can you identify a possibility for the first seat in Nigeria?
The first person I will take is Akinwumi Adesina. That would be my first choice among all of them. Then you see Buba Marwa, I would have taken in a second person. But the only problem with Buba Marwa is that even though there were no really any corruption allegation against, that they brought against him, even though there were some people saying that the guy too was corrupt in some ways. But I don't know if there's this, they should have, because I think there was a case that he had some time ago. That made him go underground for some time, and I think they really messed him up. And then I think that was during Obasanjo's time, or was it during Jonathan's time? And they really messed him up, and then he could not really. I think he was trying to contest for Adamawa State governorship too. I don't know, something like that. Anyway, so I'm not too sure. I know he had issues recently that made him go underground. With not even hear of Marwa again until recently when Buhari brought him on board to head the NDLEA. So. For me, you see, when I don't too much know somebody's, although he was a good administrator in Lagos. He was a good administrator. I remember back then I was in Lagos. But the thing is, he served under a tyrant. And then he was used by that tyrant to bring about this operation, even they call it Rapid Response Squad. Then we had Operation Sweep that were beating people. I remember those days. Oh my goodness. A lot of us fall victim into the hands of those people. We were flogged. If you walk at night, at a certain time of the night, you dare not walk.
You've been through a lot, Rational Mind.
I can remember those times. I used to, many years, when I was younger than what I was now, I used to walk around. I do a lot of things. So anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that, you see, based on that, we don't want anybody who has served in the military. Let us bring people who are true civilians.
Thank you, Rational Mind. No military guy.
Let's not bring any military guy again.
Yes, I think Buhari should be the last.
He should be the last.
Yes.
Let us go full civilian now. Full civilian. Like Jonathan was a civilian, his deputy was a civilian. I think what was his name then? They were both. That was why we could see Sambo. That's why we could see that the kind of his administration back then, when he's done his time, there was not much of more of human rights abuse like we're seeing now with this man that is there now and Abacha time and those other military guys that were there before. So the point is, we want, even Obasanjo was guilty. Look at what he did in Uday or there, where they went there and bombed people and then they killed people. and people were being harassed even when they were protesting during Obasanjo's time. So we don't want any military person again. We should go full civilian. So for me, Akinwumi Adesina, one, his deputy must be a civilian too, no military background. I would have said Buba Marwa, but Buba Marwa, because of his military background, I would not want him because I know military will always be military. They will always bring that their military mentality into the system. And then
Amina Mohammed.
No, Amina Mohammed, no, I can't think. The thing is
it because of a northern? You have to get.
Yeah. You see, what the country really now, that country needs healing right now. That country needs healing. No northerner that will come, no matter how good he is, he cannot heal that country. He will never bring about that agitation in the west and in the east. He will never bring that disquiet. So the only thing that will bring it to some extent is if they can get somebody from the south, either from the Igbo or from the Yoruba side, that would be the president, and then maybe that would bring those agitators to come to, okay, let us give this guy a chance and see what's going to happen.
Rational mind, what about the argument that Akinwumi Adesina does not have any antecedents in politics? Always been a technocrat, a bureaucrat, an administrator, a banker, not real thin in leadership as well. You can say he heads a bank, but that is a comfort zone for him, being a banker already. So just an administrator, really, and you say he will recalibrate the economy, but then the economy is just one soupçon of the totality of a country, the people, the military, the diversity. So there's a lot to the mix of the president than just economics. And is Adesina then of sufficient enough pedigree, and does his background sufficiently?
Well, when you say pedigree, I mean, usually we want to talk about people who have been in government, right? Maybe who have been a senator, who have been a local government chairman, or maybe a governor.
But he was an appointee. He's not a politician. He's an appointee.
Oh, yes, yeah. But see, the thing is, when we keep playing this game of, he has to belong to the political class. No, it doesn't have to be part of the political class. It could be somebody from the outside. Look at what Trump did.
Is politics not that interaction with the people? When you go and press flesh and kiss babies and dance in the market square with women and speak the language.
Yeah, we don't have to do those hypocrites. You see, politicians are hypocrites for the most part. Even the one that is there.
You don't find Akinwumi too elitist?
Well, you see, the thing is this: we need somebody with the brain, with the exposure of Akinwumi to transform that country. Maybe that would help many Nigerians to see the need to also become elitist too. Because when we have somebody like the one we have there right now, who just had maybe 500 cows.
Will he chime with the common man? Who chimes more with the common man? Akinwumi or Buhari?
The point is it's very hard to say. But the point I would say, let us give somebody who has no political attachment to any, as in politics. Let us bring them in and let us see how it works. Because we've tried all these people that are into politics for many years, who have been in military, and look at how they messed us up. So let us bring somebody who's entirely he can do it because
by your logic, accountants will be running the world, and accountants don't run the world. It's usually lawyers that run the world.
He's an administrator. He's an
economics man.
Yeah, he's an administrator. Anyway, you slice and dice it. If you say he's an economist, but he's an administrator. He leads a bank. An African development bank that is. I've been there in Abidjan. I know where it is. I've been there. I know the skybridge where it is there. So what I'm trying to say
there's no way you have not been.
So what I'm trying to say is that you need to be there and see how it is. That place is anybody.
Well, he has a mono skill set, is what I'm saying. His skill set and expertise is peculiar and particular to an industry. So is it a skill set that can be transmuted?
All the ones we have there, one man, all the one we've ever had there, even the one we have there right now, what are their skill sets? The one that calls himself a professor of law, is he an economist? Yes. Is he an economist? He's only just law. So you can't expect to have somebody that has everything.
Well, he ran a campaign.
He will have to bring in people that will work with him, people with in those fields. He's an administrator. Akinwumi is an administrator. I want to believe because that's what I've seen about him. He just needs to be able to tell you, housing minister, do this. You, that, do this. Let me see your figure. How much you have there? How much have you raking? How much is the money you're going to? You can't just, like the one we have there, the idiot that we have there that doesn't even know anything, that you just bring anything to him and he signs, and that's it. Somebody who knows what they are doing, who has that exposure You can't trick him. You can't just inflate price or anything. He will let you know that no, this thing is not that. He doesn't need to be a military man. If he has the military guy that will work for him, they bring it. We want to buy this armor. We need this to stock up our armory. How much is it? They will give him accountability. He's an accountant. You cannot say you buy this and then you not. You will bring people that they will do a forensic auditing and then what are we talking about? So we don't need to have somebody with a military background who can talk to the military. No, somebody who's an administrator.
We have a military officer now. He cannot even take care of the Boko Haram.
No, not necessarily a military officer, but somebody that is sufficiently more rounded than just
you cannot have it in one person.
An expert in one industry. We have it in Tinubu. We have it in Atiku. We don't have it in Adesina. It is well rounded as a player.
For what? What military background does he have?
No. I'm not talking about military background. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying that it is not necessarily about military background.
Okay.
But the skills of Akinwumi Adesina, they're too monolithic to fit into a presidency. It's not sufficiently rounded as the embodiment of all of everything to vest on that space.
You keep saying monolithic. You keep using that word. Yes. Who are those people you mentioned that has all the old skills?
No, they have no.
Is Tinubu an economist? Is Tinubu an economist?
No, he's not an economist, but he did accounting. He studied accounting.
He's an accountant, but then what does he know about?
He's an administrator. He ran Lagos State.
No,
he's a businessman. He's a businessman. He's a businessman. So in terms of preparedness, he's certainly more rounded than Adesina.
Tinubu is the worst of governors in Lagos State.
No. Adesina, do you understand where I'm going with that?
But one man.
The difference between them is that those one are politicians and he's a technocrat. We should try a technocrat this time and see what the technocrat can do if they can turn around that economy for us. That'd be better.
Of politics.
Politicians have destroyed that country. We should do away with them.
Was there. He played politics in Lagos. All the time he was there, his 2 terms. He played politics. He removed his deputies twice. He was doing politics of vindictiveness, removing people that opposes him. Is that the kind of person we want? How can a country move forward with the kind of people like that?
Not necessarily Tinubu. I'm just citing him as an example. Ajanle Koko and Rational Mind, but Ajanle Koko, what I was debating with Rational Mind is that the CV of Akinwumi Adesina is too narrow. Because his CV is entirely and its totality within just one industry. He is a leading expert in one industry, which is economics, etc., etc. And he has that expertise. But what I was suggesting was that somebody that is going to be a president of a complex and a diverse country like Nigeria, he needs more rounding off in terms of his CV than just one monolithic expertise. He's not going to be the chief economist of Nigeria, is he? He's going to be the president of Nigeria. So
but what I'm saying to you, what person cannot have it all? You cannot have all the skill sets.
Somebody that is running African Continental Bank.
Yes.
Where all the Africans are diversified. Know, he had to go to each country, know what they need, know how he can help that country for what they need. That is diversified.
No, but that's still within the narrowness of his field. He's not going to talk about their military. He's going to talk about finance. He's a finance guy. That is.
But then he can have people that work with him who are into political science, who are based
so an apprentice president is going.
No. I'm saying to you, who of them does not need somebody to help work with them? Tell me, who of them? Even Atiku. Let's say Atiku. Let's not use Tinubu. Atiku, even with the education he has, I tell you, Atiku is even more monolithic than this guy we're talking about.
How so?
The only thing I can say is that he can play politics, but we're tired of this politics in the play. We don't want the president that will be playing politics. And I'll put you there today, I'll remove you tomorrow. I'll put you there. No, that's not the kind of politics we're playing. We want somebody with the skill to manage that economy. If they can manage that economy, every other thing will fall in place. I tell you.
All right. Adesina Koko, you wanted to add?
So one man. So don't you think that with the present situation of our economy being one of the worst in the world, don't you think that we need somebody like this guy who can turn around that, can lead that nation to turn around the economy? Don't you think we need somebody like him as the arrowhead, as the leader in that country, and can use his expertise, to turn around the economy?
I think we need him as the chief economist of the country, certainly. But as the president, I'm just a bit reticent because, like I said, he's an economist. But then, there's 300 almost ethnic country and nationalities in Nigeria. He has to manage that diversity. There's insurgency in Nigeria. He has to manage that. There's the complexity of our political weights that are weighing in different directions. He has to manage that. There's a lot that he has to manage outside of the economy. So he's an economic expert, but then the other elements that he needs for governance, does he have enough? I'm not saying that he cannot appoint people, but does he have enough? Has he done enough in life in terms of his CV that qualifies him in all of the roundings off? So we're saying Tinubu is an accountant. He was a former Lagos State governor, so that qualifies him. He's a lifelong politician, so that qualifies him. He has established relationships within the entirety of the geographical space that qualifies him. Atiku, ditto. Several people, ditto. But Adesina, he's an economist, a topmost banker, one of the best in the world, but that is just the narrowness of his field. So this is what I'm saying, but that's just my own opinion.
What was he?
Don't you think that if we as a nation have such a man as our president, can give the world that confidence that the world want to see in us, particularly investors, to come and invest in our country because they are seeing a person that is not corrupt, is not a politician like others that they've known, that have looted our resources and stashed them away in the foreign accounts and stuff like that. We need a person that can give the world confidence, can attract international investors, and can turn around look, common man in Nigeria just want to eat. Is their bread and butter that really matter to them. They don't care about politics or all this or all those. You see, all those where those Tinubu doing as a politician is just to enslave the people and make themselves look as if they can do things do things better for that country. And we have seen it all. Nothing they have done good. They have destroyed that country. We don't need those.
Even if Atiku comes here, it's going to be the same cronyism.
All right, I don't entirely disagree with what you said, Janle Koko, and Rational Mind, because certainly the public image of the country will take a huge bounce if they have somebody like...
For what?
For the better...
Because of politics?
No. Sorry, that wasn't what I was saying. I was saying the public image of the country will take a huge positive bounce if we had a president like Adesina. The international community would love it because he is part of the international community. Certainly, finance would love it because he is from their stock. So a lot of positives around that. But I was just a bit reticent, as I said, in that, one, is it too monolithic in his CV? And is it too elitist for the common man? So that's just where my two reservations are. But the positives, of course, they outweigh.
Well, for me, just in conclusion, in any way you say it, for me, I would. I don't see another person I can put in second place. Just him. And if any other person, maybe Osinbajo. But with what I'm seeing with Osinbajo, with all the crap he's saying recently, talking about Buhari being the best president we have ever had, I was like, is that
not political speak, though?
So it's another I forgot. I can't even think straight right now. Another sycophants sycophancy. We're seeing again. I mean, If you cannot be truthful with yourself, what's the guarantee that this guy will be truthful with the people he's going to lead? You're seeing what is going on in that country. You can be opening your mouth and be saying that he's the best president.
And rational mind.
Yeah.
Look at the statement he just made about the economy yesterday, suggesting that they should allow the naira, they should liberalize the market and allow naira to take its shape in the market. It suggests that this man does not have any clue about how economy is run. That is what it tells us.
Well, he's a law professor. So what do you expect? He has people around him.
Yeah, that's why that disqualifying him. That disqualifying him.
Ajanle Koko, did you say because of what economically, in time of economics, that the vice president was wrong?
No, it wasn't wrong. It's not wrong. That's the right thing to do.
It was the solution to the peculiar situation in our country.
Yeah.
I love what he said, though.
But then my own point is just that, all of them, like when one man is talking about politics and I say, look, nobody has it all. Not even the one that is the president right now. Even we thought that this one with his military background, he'll be able to put down this insurgency in the northeast. But look at how it all escalated now. And then talking about even the internal politics, he's not even playing it well. Putting one section of his own, one people from his own section in the whole security apparatus. And then even what kind of politics is that? So are we wanting to bring another article, another Tinubu to come and repeat the same thing again? My goodness, let us change entirely. Let us divert entirely from these people and go to people that have no background in military or anything. Outsiders who are not politicians, like Akinwumi. Let them come
I don't know of him, Akinwumi, other than in banking. That is the thing.
He was a minister. Political accountant.
Yes, he was agriculture. Yes, but that was still essentially a financial portfolio. I don't know, man. The guy is just too narrow. Yeah.
Remember, one man, his ministry was one of the most successful in that administration.
Yeah.
I think it's number one among all of them. The best.
Very transparent.
Yes, it's the best ever Minister of Agriculture. One thing he introduced at that time, he got just cheap mobile phones and handed it out to the farmers so that they can have direct link with market just to address that middleman. And then he did this thing as well, the fertilizer wallet. So because the biggest problem with the farming in Nigeria is just access to fertilizer. And he tackled that space to create all these association boards that then the fertilizers are transited through, and then he monitors it through. Those are just cheap phones that is just one function phone to that market. So he did a lot of reforms, and people still celebrate him as the best there's ever been.
So somebody like that with that kind of innovation, will it not bring more better innovation into the system? Listen, let us to hell with this their politics or whatever. We don't need politics.
But what about the bow tie? What about the bow tie?
The bow tie. You mean bow tie? Like,
is that not an issue?
What bow tie?
Who said him more bow tie from here?
Like headmaster, village headmaster.
Look at that! Like he's going to, like it's James Bond. Like he thinks it's James Bond. This guy.
You see what one man mentioned. For example, it was a mechanism for Akinwumi to eliminate corruption because already he eliminated everything that can come in and so that's exactly what the VP was suggesting that Ajanle Koko was saying was not okay. You eliminate that reason, the reason for that corruption. You understand? When you float, if Dangote will go and buy dollar at 590, like you and I will buy dollar at 590, they will stop that racketeering. That's what we're saying. So the VP was okay. So I see the problem is that I think Akinwumi is a good candidate, but there are some kind of element to politicking in Nigeria. That's the problem we are talking about. Is the guy sound administrative wise? I think so. If you can populate the government with like 100 of him or let's say 15 of him, it's okay. But you are still going to find some crooks at the National Assembly and at the state level. That's where the problem is. For example, now look at how Amaechi intimidated Jonathan to the point of sharing the excess crude oil account. They even took the federal government to court. So, but this is what they could not do under Obasanjo because Obasanjo will finish them. So, those are the things. We need someone that we saw with old liver, that will deal with some other, that will take a very solid and unpopular decision, but that will favor the masses. So that is exactly what we are saying. Akinwumi is good, I agree, but politically, what is his experience? You know,
that is the thing. So is it going to then be
apprentice now?
President?
What is the politics? What is the politics? What is the gain politics going to give us in the running of the country? Politics have not given us nothing all these years that we have been running that country, but rather you have destroyed it. So, but I believe it can bring around the best brain. We need the best brain to turn around that country. The best brain from the north, the best brain from the west, the best brain from the east, the best brain from the central. Not all these politicians. They are not fit for any purpose. They are.
But it will have to be a politician to be the president under a democracy. You mean it's not a career politician?
You're right. It can act like a mumu, and once he gets to that power, it will eliminate them and put the best brain around to run that country. I mean, we in that country, we are not politically savvy. We are politically ignorant people across that country, and that is why we don't know the best. Those that are the best for us that we're supposed to go for. That's the problem we have in that country.
Well, all right, Lord Michael. Sorry, let Lord Michael come in. Lord Michael, you wanted to say something.
Okay, yes. I want to say what you are saying about Akinwumi. It's not really what we need right now. Those who have experience, where have they led us to? They have led us to doom, hatred amongst one another, and backwardness. Then another thing I want to say about what Osinbajo just said, that we should allow the Naira to take a free fall. That is how it's supposed to be. The government, or I'll say the CBN, has been supporting the Naira, and it has led us to doom. The only problem we have now is we are not a producing country, which would dip into the Naira. If they don't support the Naira and allow it to flow the way they want it to flow, I bet you before December, the Naira will be like 1,500 to $1. But if we were to be a producing country, I would say they should allow it for a free fall. And that way, the Naira will catch up.
All right. But did you hear what Ola was saying, Lord Michael, that in some countries, rather than subsidize the currency, they were instead subsidizing the means of production. So facilitating for cheaper electricity for factories, etc., facilitating for farming, and that's then boost production, which then propels the currency, rather than insulating the currency to the detriment of production, which is just essentially throwing money in the bin.
That is very correct. And that is what I think they should do. If they can't do that, then everything will be fine. I bet you.
All right, Lord Michael, let me acknowledge your super chat, which is a bit, events have probably superseded. Pretend all you like, healing is not in sight. All the country needs is either constitutional change, self-determination, or outright division. So thank you, Lord Michael, for that super chat. That IPOB in you is never far from rearing his head, is it, Lord Michael? Is that a Biafra comment? Lord
I
Michael?
Well, I am not an IPOB member.
Oh, look at that.
If from today, if you want to say the geopolitical region I'm from today is the South. I'm not even from the Southeast. I'm only a bearer of truth. If I see an Hausa person that is being oppressed, I will speak up and stand for him. If it's Omo Oluwabi, I will do the same. That is who I am. Most times I blame my people because we are just stagnant. We blame federal government, we blame this. I keep saying that's our state, Delta State. What is our governor doing? He takes one of the highest allocation and he does nothing.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Rational Mind. Unless you want to, do you want to round off your
that's
thoughts?
All. That's all. I need to go right now. I was about even trying to tell you that I have to go. So thanks.
All right. Thank you for spending the time, Rational Mind. So let's try Jafar again, who seemed to be away from his system. Are you with us now, Jafar? Okay, I think Jafar may have stepped away. Sometimes he goes off to pray or something. So let's go on then to Bia, who maybe or maybe not is still with us. Bia, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Bia. So to the conversations then, Bia, the economy, Osinbajo's commentary, or do you want me to run you through? Let me actually run you through now, because of course people are asking for new names in the mix for the Nigerian presidency. And this writer now has conjured up names for us to reflect on. Akinwumi Adesina, a name that you probably are familiar with, is the president of the African Development Bank and the agriculture minister, I think, under Jonathan and maybe under Obasanjo as well. So he is putting his name forward. Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, a name that you are almost certainly familiar with. Mohammed Buba Marwa, somebody that governed Lagos State as a military administrator, now chairs the NDLEA. Yemi Osinbajo, of course, your trusted vice president. And Amina Mohammed, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. So the guy is now asking us to conjure with these names. So Bia, conjure.
Well, I have my own view and voice. For me, you know where I stand, that Nigeria is not viable. The kind of politics they play in Nigeria is not productive. Rather, it's more of a consumerism country. They are not manufacturing anything. For me, I don't believe that you have to be an all-rounder to head a country. Based on the examples of people we've had, I don't think most of them are well equipped and they manage to run the country to stupor, to the ground. The accountant of a person at least would have an idea of how to manage money or to create opportunities that could bring about profit in the country, which is an important skill to have to progress the economy of a country in business. And I also believe that only the president is not in the president's characteristics are not enough to produce a very balanced country. A president with other departmental people who are rounded in different areas that are necessary to propel the country forward, bring out the best in all the structures and laws and everything needed for a country to prosper is really important. Just like the president will be the head, maybe someone, if he's good in accountancy, is super. That's a very good, viable skill to have. And then maybe the neck of the president will be for maybe things like chemistry, and then we have people in manufacturing, we have science, we have data science. The world is moving forward now in data science, artificial intelligence and stuff like that. Human intelligence and resources, not just depending on the oils we have. So we need diversified talents in the government, people who have got the brains to move the country forward, not based on devoid of.
And it doesn't offend you at all that the guy wears a bow tie. You wouldn't be offended with a bow tie.
I wear a bow tie, so it's not It's not just about the dressing. I know that sometimes people may expect a president to look somehow, but if the president would deliver, that is who should be governing that space, move Nigeria forward, which I don't think is possible. I don't see Nigeria moving forward from where we are now. We are so divided that even when people come here to speak, sometimes people misunderstand it and think it's an attack. Everyone has got a voice that is unique. Even a mad person on the street can be, can contribute. So no one is useless. So so that man, the accountant, I believe, would even do better than Buhari.
You don't
Even,
even know who he is, and you are saying he would. You say that man, the accountant.
yeah, you just mentioned it. I'm not stupid. One man, don't play upon my
no, you
intelligence.
are
Yeah?
not stupid. If you don't know, you don't know. That's nothing to do with
I
being.
do know. I have an idea,
Yeah.
and I know that you don't have to have all the skills to perform well, even in anything you want to do. When you get into that position, you acquire more skills. No one is born with the
So
perfect
to go and
skill to
so
run.
serve apprentice, whatever, as a
Boris
president, an
Johnson, is he
apprentice.
not an apprenticeship prime minister?
No,
Anyone,
he is steeped in politics. Boris Johnson.
one man, politics. What is politics all about? We are all born politicians. It depends on how you play your politics and the level that you play politics. We want a productive politics. We don't want any more of the destructive politics that we have in Nigeria. Those are not politics. Those are zoological kind of stuff, So
All right,
I
yeah.
don't think anyone knows it all before they got into power.
All right. Yeah, still staying within the realms of economics, Bia, let me take you to the office of the Vice President of Nigeria. So, what Yemi Osinbajo is saying is that the naira is artificially insulated. It is artificially subsidized, and it should be allowed to find its natural birthing place in the free market. So he is saying that they should let the naira go and let it go and find its value in the parallel market. Do you share those thoughts with him?
No, I don't. They need to do more investments, They need to know how to manage the naira very well to produce profit for Nigeria for naira to be strong. Naira is becoming valueless every day. Very soon it will turn to tissue paper for toileting. So we need people who's got the brain and with a sound mind to run the country. We don't want people who are political and religious bigotry to go there playing politics with the money of Nigeria, looting it and abusing it. People who are not actually qualified to run the system.
All right. Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and Akinwumi Adesina, the man you were just talking about earlier on, the one you called the accountant, they have been speaking to the Nigerian economic space. And what they are saying, the sum total, Akinwumi Adesina is saying there's too much bottleneck in the processes, which is stifling the non-oil sector, which deficits the country heavily. And Madam Ngozi is saying that the gridlocks within the Nigerian system, just in terms of the ease of doing business, is so burdensome that it essentially constitutes a 306% tariff on the Nigerian economic space. So just the greed and the chore and the just the heavy weight and the slow grinding of the economic space of Nigeria. So what are you making of that? We cited the example of the custom services as an example of what they are saying, where they don't even have any form of automation and they are still manually pointing torchlights into containers. Abia, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's the same. It's like what I'm trying to explain that people in power right now are not that intelligent to actually create a structure that works, that would move the country forward. putting the right structures in place that would, be effective in different areas or departments that would create positivity in the country, such as what you're talking about the not having even if they have the scanning machine, maybe they don't even know how to operate it. They will need a Chinese man to come and show them how to operate it. So they have young minds who are good in engineering, data science. We have human resources, intelligent young people that can be, be trained or used in those areas. So if people who are just rearing cows don't even know that they should invest in the brains of people that can do the job, there's nothing wrong in getting the brains to do the job. If you don't know the job and you found yourself in position of power as a shepherd, you can actually, tap into the brains of people in Nigeria. We have intelligent minds and brains in Nigeria that could actually draw out a strategy or a plan that would help to solve problems in these departments, to make sure they work, get the right people who are qualified in those positions to do the job that should be done. So it goes a long way for me to say you don't have to be an all-rounder to be a president of Nigeria. Most of the all-rounders, so-claimed all-rounders, are politicians that are extremely corrupt, and they've ruled before. They stay in power. They continue to want to be. They are so hungry for power that they can wipe the entire young brains that could actually help to build Nigeria. So they are power hungry. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Bia. Let me finally take you, Bia, to Kano State, where once upon a time they had an emir who was then subsequently dethroned. But then that makes him then not in that post anymore. A new man occupies the seat, or now they split the emirate even into about four. But they have new emirs in all of these tools now in Kano State. But the man that was deposed now, Lamido Sanusi, he insists on not being called the former emir of Kano. He took such umbrage to this that he effected the sacking of the chief of staff of the Kaduna State governor. So what are you then making of this now, Lamido narrative? An ex-emir who does not want to be referred to as such. Bia.
That boils down to the same thing I was trying to explain, that when these power-hungry politicians get into power, be it the emir, they've tested money by looting and stealing, not even being qualified to be in that position. They don't want to relinquish power. They're not moving the country forward, and they don't want to create space for the bright young generations to occupy, the necessary spaces to move the country forward. They sit in that power, and everything continues to go wrong. If he's an ex, and supposed to give way for new power to emerge. But as long as most of these structures are destabilized in Nigeria, nothing is going to work, not until they put a positive plan. They need to get the brightest, the ideas of the brightest in Nigeria to come out, to draw the plans on every department in Nigeria to move it forward. There is no shame in that, but the people we have in power are people that are not qualified. They may have so-called all-rounder kind of politics, but they are not supposed to be where they are.
All right, Bia. So now politics now fast upon us within the Nigerian space. This is the season we're in, whether we like it or not. We're in this season of politics, and politics at its highest, of course, the change of our presidency. The names now in play are just the traditional names. So, who is your speculation then for that seat in Aso Rock? So, who are you speculating to replace Malam Buhari come 2023? Your runners and riders?
I do not support any one of them. I would prefer that the constitution is revisited, not until if the foundation is rotten and shaking. A faulty foundation cannot produce a solid country. So not until we go to the root of the problem we have in Nigeria, there is so much hate and division amongst us, and we cannot carry on being in the same country with this sort of mood. It's not going to work. Whoever that comes in as a president, things are going to get worse. I'm not a doom news bearer, but that is what I can see and feel, and I don't think anyone can deny that there is so much division. So who is going to heal that country now? Anyone that is going to get there, I foresee, is going to be maybe possibly the usual people who have been in politics for decades, and they are power hungry. They can kill for power. Not until Nigeria needs to divide. Something drastic needs to happen. I don't see 5 to 10 years from now. I don't know what's going to happen. It's really going to be tough.
All right. Thank you, Bia. Always a delight to hear from you, Bia. So from Bia, we're going to, I don't think we have Jafar. Whenever you are back on, just indicate by just letting us know. But we're going to Sam next. Hopefully he's still with us. Sam, are you there? Okay. We don't appear to have Sam at the moment. So let's go from Sam then to...
I'm here.
All right. Good to have you then, Sam. So that space then that Abia started off with, just the possible runners and riders, new names to conjure with for the Nigerian presidency. The names being put forward are Kome Adesina, Amina Mohammed, Madam Ngozi, Buba Marwa, and Yemi Osinbajo. So those names now are a new mix that people are asking us to reflect on. So reflect on those names, Sam.
I think the first person I'll put at number one is Akiwumi. I do have to try something new. And the second one I will say is Konji Wala, But for Akim, I would like to, number one, I don't want, because you look at our history from the 1960s, who have been repatriating the old soldiers, old military government, old military personnel. And anybody that has, once you are at your fort, if you're a military officer, that's what you are, you can't change. Buhari came in, he said, oh, I'm a new democratic person now. You see, he cannot practice what he says he is. You cannot rally, you cannot do anything, you cannot even say, Buhari, you cannot say anything against him. He will come and mold you down. I know we're here talking on this program. Here, we're in America. If it's in Nigeria, maybe they would have invited most of us to Aso Rock to come and say, the other one, I was showing a TV, the other one, someone saying somebody wearing Biafran clothes. One of the old movie.
Was it not being provocative, that chap that was wearing the Biafra regalia?
Yeah.
Was it not provocative? Was that not a subversive act?
No, it wasn't.
Chiwetaluago.
Yeah, but
yes, that Agu character. Was it not being subversive?
No.
Does he not know that IPOB has been proscribed?
That's Biafra.
And then it goes to...
That is IPOB.
But is that not the IPOB regalia?
IPOB is different from Biafra.
Trying to provoke the army by wearing a proscribed terror organization regalia.
Yeah, but even in America here, you can wear military camouflage and you wear it and walk around.
Yes.
So you can wear military camouflage and walk around. I even have my friend, he wore the military FBI cap. He went through the airport.
Yeah, but Nigeria is different from America. But that guy, he was being deliberately provocative, wasn't he?
No, but
he wanted to be a hero, but he failed. He wanted to...
Remember, we are practicing the same democracy.
No, we're a third world country.
No, we're finding the same democracy. It didn't happen during.
We're a third world country.
It didn't happen during Jonathan's time. It didn't happen during what's his name? Yaradua's time.
Yes, but the IPOB movement was not as it is now. Then
who brought them up?
Come on, Sam. Why would he wear IPOB uniform and go and be taunting at army officers and not expect that he will get a reaction? Why would he do that?
Hold on. What makes you think he's not doing his act?
What act?
His movie.
What act? Especially with the tension in that space as it is. And it wears full blown like dashiki. Pointing at army officers and mocking at them with IPOB regalia.
I know the funny thing. They showed him too that last couple of months he wore the same attire in Lagos.
There you are.
He wasn't harassed.
But Lagos is not the theater of operation for the IPOB space, is it?
It's supposed to be one Nigeria now.
It's one Nigeria, but what are you talking about? Come on, Sam, man.
It's one Nigeria.
What, one Nigeria?
Yeah.
Do you know, was it not in Anambra State that he did this?
Yeah, in Anambra.
One man.
Does he not know that there's heavy military presence there because of unknown gunmen, insurgency, activities of ESN, the agitations that is going on, the elections coming up, a heavily militarized space?
Can I interject, one man?
Sorry, with the military, you can in a moment, but with the military being present there for reasons of this organization, and he then wears their regalia, and then he points to full regalia, or he didn't even wear a cap or a thing, or a full-blown kaftan of IPOB insignias, pointing and mocking at the army.
One man.
And is alarmed and outraged that he was detained. Come on.
One man, this man has been wearing this thing for a long time.
What do you mean by ESN activity, one man?
How do you mean? Do you not know what ESN activity is?
No, tell me, because I don't know. ESN is in the bush.
Of course.
What makes you, man, let me tell you, what makes you think that wearing your clothes define who you are?
No. Sorry, this gentleman, Sam, follow through with me. This gentleman wearing that regalia in that space at that
one man,
time,
I need to interject, please.
With what is going on? What was his
I need to interject.
Did he not anticipate that there would be a reaction?
Do you know where they arrested him, one man?
Well, in town.
Okay, what happened?
He claims he was distributing bread.
He was in his van, and they dragged him on the floor.
A baker's uniform, IPOB?
No, one man. He has been wearing this for a long time. Please, you need to be sensible with your submissions here now.
No. We all need to be sensible in how we look at these things.
So are you telling me that the Nigerian government should arrest anybody wearing agbada? Is that what you mean?
Okay, let me ask this question, and then we'll gauge then just how sensible we are being in this conversation. Let me ask this question, and then I want to see what the response is. When he wore that essentially IPOB Biafra regalia,
it's not IPOB Biafra regalia. That is what he's been wearing for a long time, for a very, very long time.
Was done, knowing the climate as it was, knowing the heavy military presence there, and knowing why the military were there, because he knows all this, I know this, so he knows it. So, knowing all that, wearing that IPOB Biafra regalia, did he not do that? Is that not being done in your consideration as an act of provocation?
No.
Okay, can I answer you now? Okay, now, you see, IPOB was proscribed. Right. Biafra was not proscribed.
Right.
That is not an IPOB uniform.
Really?
That is a Biafran color, yes.
All right.
Good. So, are you trying to say you are proscribing the whole people who believe in Biafra? In that case, Hero Beer bears those colors and that rising sun. They should proscribe the beer. That is what it is. Very soon, if you support this barbaric act, very soon, somebody who wears Agbada.
You did not answer the question, though.
What is your question?
Did you see his new
thing? My question is, wearing that regalia, knowing what the atmosphere was like, knowing the heavy military presence there, was that not essentially an act of provocation?
No, that is not. That is not.
You know what the military just told you by doing
That's
that?
an assault on
They
him.
just told you they just came for the people, not for unknown gunmen, because he did not have guns, which means the aim of the military was to come from the people of Biafra. They did not come for people with arms. They did not come for unknown gunmen. They came for the locals. That is what that just signifies.
They even molested the guy and dragged him on the floor.
Shall I tell you how
without any provocation at all. Did you see his new movie titled Biafra? You haven't seen it.
I don't even know the guy, so
you don't need to know.
Shall I tell you what I see?
Go ahead.
The guy, he obviously, because that wearing that. Sorry, let me put that guy, he deliberately wore. I don't think even his most fervent of supporters would disagree that he deliberately wore that outfit. He deliberately wore that outfit and he paraded himself in town. He did that. So now, why did he do that? I think he did that so that he can then maybe take a clip of himself and go back to his posse and boast and brag that he confronted and he did this in town.
One man, who cares what he does? He has his right to do that. He has his right, just like anyone else in Nigeria, to wear whatever they like.
He wanted to show off and he got his comeuppance.
What about people? What about people that cover their hair and the way mode of dressing of people is unique to their ethnic whatever? It is right to dress in such a way.
IPOB regalia is not a mode.
That is not for IPOB. That is a Biafran kind of attire.
Get this right. That's not IPOB. That's a Biafra.
This is not fair.
What's the difference?
This is why when I come to your platform, I speak and you try to shut me up. I hate it. Don't do that, one man. You need to respect people's kind of ways of life. Just like you wearing agbada, police will not harass you. But this inequality in Nigeria is too much.
Now, IPOB regalia
is not let me
it's our culture.
As the police,
this inequality in Nigeria has to stop. That is why Nigeria cannot be won.
What do you mean? It's not your culture. Nobody wears.
It's my culture. Outfit. Yes, it's our uniform for a very long time. Yes, it is.
No, I've never seen anybody wear that.
That's what you think. You don't know everything about the East.
Other people don't do it.
You don't know, one man. The inequality is the injustice and inequality is too much, one man.
Yes, I agree with that. But in this particular instance, that guy was deliberately set out to.
How can someone be provocative? What action did he show that was provocative?
By wearing the insignia of a proscribed organization in the theater of activity.
That uniform is not for IPOB. That is a Biafran uniform.
And you need to learn, woman. See,
he doesn't want to learn. He thinks he knows it all.
When people teach you something, you learn. If you do not listen, or maybe you do not really understand, or you want to believe what they say, go back and do your findings. Don't stay here. This is an educative station, and argue what you do not know. You will make people say what they are not supposed to say.
Right.
You know, you cannot win every argument. Sometimes you listen to people. They say out of every nonsense, there is a sense. But you see, like I told you before, Biafra was not prescribed. IPOB was prescribed. That is not an IPOB uniform. That is a Biafra uniform. Hero, you know, Hero beer has that same color and same regalia. Would they tell me they have to go and arrest anybody drinking Hero? Maybe it's coming to that. Are they going to say because anybody who is over there, was he carrying a gun? He was sharing bread. You see, if the government were smart enough, when you know this man is doing such a thing, you key into him. The next thing you start saying, oh, it's a Nigerian government that is giving people bread. Just give him a few thousands of naira. You know, there's a way you use things to kill people's ideas. But all they want to do is wield out guns, intimidate people, And it's giving them bad name.
Let me ask you a question, which I know you will dance around. What do you think that guy's intentions were when he wore that regalia?
All right, let me tell you what I think his intention is, because I don't know if that.
Yeah, no, that's why I said, what do you think? Yeah.
Good. That guy is a veteran movie actor and a producer. There are different aspects of theater art. Some people are experiencing, or I don't know the term for it, but some people need to be in that position to be able to portray that story. You remember some time ago when Peter
you're breaking up a bit, and you're not addressing the question. So both.
Yes, I'm addressing the question now. Can you hear me now?
Well,
okay. You remember some time when Peter was being accused of trying to act Zaki part? Why wasn't he molested?
You say, what about? Are you doing what about? So you are not addressing the question. It's a straightforward. No, it's a straightforward question. So address it straightforwardly.
One man. Nigeria don't belong to one tribe. It doesn't belong to you. So you need to accept other people's and respect their opinions.
As you mine, so you respect mine too.
Let me address that question.
Nigeria is not yours.
And he said he just acted a movie where
he did not say that.
No. You don't know, because that's
no. The guy would have said that now when he was. We did not say that.
We will come to you and tell you.
Huh?
We come to you and tell you.
No. He was. The guy has been in the news for 2 days running.
One man is just showcasing. You are just showcasing your hatred for IPOP. That's what it is.
Oh, come
it's
on.
Just your hatred
you are better than that. Now, you don't have to go to that space all the time. We have to be
able to challenge. The way you respond whenever anything relates to
racist or
I didn't call you a racist, but your action is showing that you don't regard
let me
people's cultures.
Even when you go to the court of law, what would they charge me? What law could you charge that he did for wearing a clothes?
Well, association with a seditious organization. That's
with who?
No. You see, you are supporting
one man is labeling them. I told you that he hates IPOP. You can call them all sorts of names. Of course,
don't always go to the lowest.
I'm not always going there. You are the one dancing that music. You are the one speaking that way.
You still not answered my question, though, Lord Michael.
Because your question doesn't have an answer.
Yes, because the answer points to the obvious. So I'll ask you the question again, and hopefully you don't dance around. And I'm not asking you to tell me what it is. I'm telling you to what your thoughts are. What do you think that gentleman's intentions were when he wore that regalia in that space at that time? What do you think his intentions are?
I think his intentions are to uplift the spirit of the people and to tell them all is not lost, even with all they are going through. Because he is and his act, giving food to the less privileged, trying to make people feel happy, making people know that this is not the end of the road. The government should have called this man
and outfit. Is it not an anti-state stance wearing that regalia? Is it not anti-state stance?
Okay, no, it is not anti-state stance, because there is no law banning that outfit in Nigeria today.
And what do you think that outfit is signaling as he wears it, parading himself all over the busiest
that outfit is sounding Biafra. Is Biafra a forbidden thing? No, tell me.
What's that? Sorry.
Is Biafra forbidden?
Biafra is not forbidden. So, but IPOB is proscribed, so he cannot be wearing IPOB regalia when the army are chasing IPOB up and down.
That is not an IPOB regalia. IPOB is different. IPOB members, they wear berets, showing the dragon sign. So that is not IPOB.
So you don't consider what he did to be an act of provocation?
No.
All right. Okay, well, I
I
do.
only see it like maybe you can call him uh, I'll say someone seeking attention for something or somebody trying to be more popular, but not for, no, it's not provocative. I mean, there are certain things the government should look at and the market some things. That way, you even kill people's morale. But the way they went now, they are making this man more popular. This man is now known more than his scope. He's known internationally. Did you see some white people who came on Twitter to release Chiwetalago? They couldn't even spell his name, but people are not talking about it. People now want to know who is this man. People now want to know what did he do, and he's giving bad name to the people who are
So
already
the
up.
attention he was seeking, he got. So that's what you're
Problem.
saying. The
The
attention he was
problem there
seeking,
is when you come out, when you do these things, you know the people they still use to come and make these announcements. They are still people from the south.
Well, thank you, but I think it's an act of provocation. I don't necessarily agree that he should be roughed up by the authorities, but
Good.
certainly he was looking to provoke, and he provoked to a response. So that's what happened. He cannot say that wearing the insignia of IPOB or whatever in that space at that time, he cannot say that it was caught off guard when the authorities paid him attention. He cannot say that he was surprised that what happened. He cannot say that wearing that
Well, one man,
insignia.
I will
He
still
cannot.
correct you again. That is not IPOB signal.
One man, you see what I was saying before? Are we in a military government or we're in a democracy? When I say I don't want a military guy to come into to rule Nigeria anymore.
No, he cannot be wearing a seditious outfit, parading it in a space that wants to secede when the government are active in that space looking to repress that or repel that act of come on, man, come on.
Even in a democracy, you cannot just see someone wearing something and arrest the person.
Right.
That is wrong. Because we're pressing democracy. You know, if this guy, you see, what are you going to, even when you take him
that man was just a rebel rouser. He was looking to rebel rouse, and he got roused.
Charge him for wearing the clothes?
Oh, okay, so this is what Mike is saying. So that is how people see it. You know, people outside. This is what I'm saying, that there's an element of clannishness. I won't go as far as circle jerking, but there's
you know, this Mike is just an animal for him to be saying this. You know,
but that is what people think. That is what people think.
No, that is not what people think. That is what Michael thinks. This is his own kind of thinking because this is who he is. He's a terrorist. Anytime he comes to the show, he tries to terrorize people.
But so one thing, one man, there's one thing you do in your platform. Mike comes here to say all manners of negative things about people. You don't correct him. He attacks people. But I talk straight.
I do correct him. How many times have I cautioned
He's
Mike?
A hater. He's a hater, and he promotes division in your platform. You should be fair in your platform, okay? You should be fair, but you're not.
But you be fair to
me. One man is trying, but he needs to do better.
He needs to do more to Mike.
I caution him all the time now.
You don't.
What you have to understand is Mike is quite popular with the audience. You know that. So I encourage him to moderate his language. That's all, and which is what I do with everyone. I encourage everybody to moderate their language.
You don't remove him.
Let me tell you something, Bia. There's only one person that I have ever, two people now, but one person that I've ever removed, Maurice, just for insulting people's mothers, and then that's Pansat, just for constituting a nuisance to the space. So just two people. You know, I'm very reticent to, because I am all about free speech, but it's just some character that just comes here. Everything he will turn everything to egotic, jibba every single time. We'll be talking about bread, he will turn it to
grandson. I heard you kicked him out too.
Yeah, I kicked him out. So there you are. I kicked him out. So there you are. So
one man.
Well, Bia, let's forgive Mike. I believe Mike will grow up and change.
One man.
So if you
I don't have
this again,
issues with
man,
Mike.
And Bia likes Mike, even though
Who
she
told you I like
pretends.
him?
I've seen you on the screen, piling up and joking and laughing.
What do you mean, one man? I'm a very friendly person. Doesn't mean that I hold any special whatever regard for him.
You don't hold
I just don't like it when people. I don't like it when people cause divisions in a platform.
You are just angry. You are just angry.
I'm not angry.
Can we close the complementation and move forward, please?
No, it's because I told Bia off. So she wants to have the last word.
Can we move forward?
I think I still have a platform. I would like to ask Mike a question. He lives in America, right? All the Confederate flag, you see they flying everywhere. They're even wearing a uniform. Confederate. How many people have you seen them arrested? I would like Mike to answer that question. Confederate flag.
No.
Well, Mike is not on the screen.
Yeah, Mike is not here, but I'll tell you it's none. One man, there was somebody who made an allegation sometime and talked about a letter from somebody to Nzogo that I countered. I don't know that Hausa guy. It's not Jafaro.
No, it was Black League.
He has never produced that letter. And I warned you that time that you let this guy come here and bring some fallacious nonsense. See, today, he has not brought that letter. That will let you know he just comes here to make nonsense. And you guys just give him some audience. You need to watch some of this
No. You know, the only way to counter ridiculousness is with logic. So he can say the most ridiculous things that he thinks, whether they're ridiculous or not. That is your subjective view. But if you feel that they are ridiculous, then you will counter it with logic, which will then highlight the ridiculousness of it.
Did, and I put a challenge to him.
You cannot repress anybody's right to speak.
No.
You know? Yeah.
Oh, really? So now people have right to speak?
Yes.
And you kick Maurice out?
Sorry, when did I hold to the contrary? What's really about that?
You kicked Maurice out because you say you don't like the way he speaks.
No, he was insulting people's mothers.
No. Okay, I don't subscribe to that. I don't subscribe to that.
I tolerated him for a very long time. He insulted Mike's mother. He insulted my mother. If he doesn't get his way, he will insult your mother. So I cannot tolerate that. Yeah.
That way, I support you. I don't subscribe to that. You cannot insult people's mothers. No, that's not right. Anyway, let's move forward. And I don't know why Jafar is sleeping. And
no, I think Jafar may have left. And I think Sam has dropped off. So you essentially have the floor now. So now you run through then that list of runners and riders for a possible now shift in paradigm in the Nigerian political space. The names we're conjuring with, just give them your yay or nay. Akeomi Adesina, Amina Mohammed, Madam Ngozi, Buba Marwa, and your trusted Vice President, Osinbajo. So those are the names to conjure with.
So start with the T-boy is not my trusted Vice President because he's complicit. He's part of the people doing all this.
Okay, so Black League is telling you that it's not Hausa, so there you are. But carry on, yeah.
Okay, sorry. Okay, Fulani, sorry. Black League.
It's neither. He has not identified himself. So
I am telling you.
No, you can't tell me now. Are you his dad?
You see, I have my own right of opinion.
No. You said you think. No, you have to say you think. You cannot say categorically.
Let him send another message and say who he is.
He doesn't have to. It doesn't have to. No, you can't.
Problem with you.
No, because it fits with your view does not mean he has to be.
Yes, it's my own opinion. It's my opinion.
But you cannot say he is. You say I think he is.
One man. Do you know if I'm his father? So just leave me and
that's
Black
why
League.
I'm asking you. Are you his father?
Leave me and Black League alone.
Because it sounds like we are the same age bracket. But anyway, carry on.
So from your own setup, even though I don't subscribe to a president for 2023, I think the country should be divided. the constitution should be changed and blah blah blah. But from this setup, the only person I'm looking at is Adesina Akinwumi, because he has proven to be somebody who tend to have known or have a sense of belonging with the portfolio he had in the past. As a Minister of Agriculture, he's shown some competence. And if you see, with all these past presidents who we think they have experience, they have proven themselves to be a nobody in terms of governance. Instead, they've led us to the path of darkness. So I think Akinwumi could be given a chance if there is an opportunity for the 2023 election.
All right. So you want the bow tie. What about Madam Ngozi? What do you think your heart? Is she? Would you Madam Ngozi? Just tell me your thoughts on that, Madam Ngozi.
Okay, Nigeria is not fit for a female president.
Is not fit or not ready?
Nigeria is not fit for a female president.
Right.
Presently.
Right. Because
there are so many bullies in town. So the females have to have a freedom first before they not think of leadership. It's just the truth. I might be blunt about it, but that's how I see it.
Oh, okay. So that argument also then discounts Amina Mohammed, does it?
No. That she is not even good for a counselor.
She's an experienced administrator and international player.
Well, she is an ethnic personality, not a national personality. Even though she holds a position in an international role, she has not proven herself to be for the nation. She has proven herself to support a section. So that disqualifies her too.
All right. And then does the same logic then apply to Buba Marwa?
Good. You see, I sent you a late message yesterday asking one question. Where are all the military governors who served, I think, 2 tours under Abacha? He's one of them. Who knows what their plan is? For him to come back to the space, that means that his class of military is going to come back to the space. So nobody should even think of bringing an ex-military man. Otherwise, we are back to status quo.
And you say Yemi Osinbajo is not your trusted vice president, so we know where you're going with this.
Yeah, I know. I like him, but he did not do well. No. You see, that is 2 minutes. It's not enough to prove.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Still sticking with the vice president, he speaks to economics. Massive corruption favoritism going on with CBN's forex policy. Osinbajo speaking, and he marries that with the fact that the naira is artificially low, which then speaks to the language of a subsidized currency. So, Osinbajo, on the economics of the naira, do you concur?
No, he should start speaking in parables. That is why people call him a tea boy who comes and gives the masters tea instead of sitting down to drink a tea. If he has a problem with anything, he should come out and spell it out, not speak in parables. If he feels this is what should be done, or if he feels a section or a certain people are doing it, come out and name names. You are the vice president for crying out loud.
That is what is
the second man in the country.
No, that is what he said. Now, let me just quickly give you just the flavor of it. Our attention, this is a rebuttal to something, but it captures the essence of what the space is. Our attention has been drawn to statements and reports in the media mischaracterizing as a call for devaluation the view of the Vice President Yemi Osinbajo SAN that the Naira exchange rate was being kept artificially low. Professor Osinbajo is not calling for the devaluation of the Naira. He has at all times argued against a willy-nilly devaluation of the Naira. For context, the Vice President's point was that currently the Naira exchange rate benefits only those who are able to obtain the Naira at 410, the dollar at 410 Naira, some of who simply turn around and sell to the parallel market at 570. It is stopping this huge arbitrage of over 160 Naira per dollar that the vice president was talking about. Such a massive difference discourages doing business proper when selling the dollar brings in 40% profit. This was why the vice president called for measures that would increase the supply of foreign exchange in the market rather than simply managing demand, which opens up irresistible opportunities for arbitrage and corruption. It is a well-known fact that foreign investors and exporters have been complaining that they could not bring foreign exchange in at 410 and then have to purchase foreign exchange in the parallel market at 570 to meet their various needs on account of unavailability of foreign exchange in the country. Only a more market reflective exchange rate would ameliorate this. With an increase in the supply of dollars, the rates will drop and the value of the naira will improve. The real issue confronting the economy on this matter is how to improve the supply of the foreign exchange, but this will not happen if we do not allow mechanisms like the importers and exporters window to work. If we allow this market mechanism to work as intended, we will find that the naira will appreciate against the dollar as we restore confidence in the system. So that is what the vice president said. It was quite categorical, quite brave, and quite punchy in those words.
All right. Okay, and I think he's trying, but he was not honest because those are not the real figures. The parallel market is above 570.
No,
It's
that was as at the time, so it's not really
okay.
because
Okay, that's fine.
it's a
Yeah,
fluid
if he
space.
can do more of this, maybe he can begin to see or challenge for the seat, and people might look at him. But because of his affiliation with the ruling king at Babylon, everybody will still look down on him and think he doesn't pose a chance. That if we put our interest or if we try to put our votes on him, at the end of the day, it's going to go to the lion of the Babylon. But
Okay, even
to
when
me,
he
I think,
describes in detail how to rescue the country.
yeah, yeah. You see, they say, show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are. He has proven to be a boy to people who he has risen up to even stand shoulder to shoulder with. So that is just the problem he's going to face. You see, when Atiku Abubakar was the vice president, even though we knew he could do nothing, but at least he could still speak to power. He could still do some challenges. Nobody can kick you out. They took away his aides and he was just quiet. I mean, he could have made some noise. You are the second man for crying out loud. If Nigeria has a culture of nobody will speak for you except they see you make a move. Then you get it backing. But I think he doesn't have the balls. So we might not just really waste our sweat or time for him.
All right. Lord Michael, let me.
Can I come in here?
Yes, please. Carry on, Sam.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think has anybody ever thought of how did all these Fulani people get no amount of money you bring to Nigeria? They won't be able to. They will change it for you.
Yes.
So what Osinbajo was saying was right. These Fulanis, those who are changing the money, they don't go to the central bank and take the money. It is their brothers.
Shall I speak to that space, Sam? It is corruption that you're saying. So all these people, they loot the money in naira, but they need to get it out in dollars. So they then corruptly, via those bureau de change, exchange it for monies coming in for you diasporans. So that is essentially the jig that is going on in that space.
Yeah, so he was right. Either you stop them, but how can you stop the Fulani? There are so many. That is how most of them get employed. Or you let it so that it will be equal to the bureau de change. You make it one, it will be one instead of somebody getting for 4.
Yeah, but that is liberalization, which Ajanle Koko rejected categorically.
Yeah, you liberalize so it will be equal, so that there will be no reason why for the Fulani to go to the road and be getting some money to change. If they can do that, you see because what will happen is that the first 6 months it will jog the market, but after a while the market will stabilize. That means you find a value, a stable place. Because what is killing the market is that the people that needs the dollar cannot get it from the bank, because when you go there, even I went to Nigeria. I have a domiciliary account in Nigeria. I went to pick dollar. They don't have it. You have to, they'll tell you go here, and they tell you, oh, you have dollar account. To them, dollar account doesn't make anything. They know what they will tell you. They will tell you, I'll give you dollar, I'll give you naira. They want to give you naira, the equivalent, that's the parallel market. I said,
no, they'll give you at the bank rate.
At the bank rate. I told them, but I have my money's in dollar. I want dollar because I deposited dollar there. So it's like, but if they can make it equal, that's what to save the country.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Sam. So, Lord Michael, let me take you now to the north and this ridiculousness. I mean, to me, it's a ridiculousness, but your thoughts now. Just the audacity of calling a former emir has gotten a high functionary sacked within Kaduna State. Just unravel that for me because it continues to scramble my brain. Lamido Sanusi and the chief of staff to the miniman in Kaduna State. So that narrative, your thoughts?
I didn't get it. Lamido Sanusi Tobi and the chief of staff?
Actually, let me play you. So this, let me play you this clip now. This probably tells you more what is going on than I'll play you the clip, and then I'll just give you the background to it. So watch this.
Royal Highness, the Emir of Zazzau and the former Emir of Kano.
And to be honest, when I looked through the plan and when I listened to I'll call him the former chief of staff, and you'll understand why later. Next time, don't call me former Emir.
Now, the guy you just watched, his name is Mohammed Sani Dadijo, and until yesterday, he was the chief of staff to the Kaduna State Governor, Nasir El-Rufai, who's best friends with Sanusi Lamido. And you now understand what Sanusi Lamido meant when he said, you will know what I mean later. Obviously, I mean, you can see what happened. He felt offended. He felt his pride was hurt. His ego was affected. And he made that subtle threat, just very subtle. And look at what happened. You know, just yesterday, the guy was sacked from his job as chief of staff to the governor, redeployed to a lower position. And this is the guy that a lot of you are feeling sorry for. Look, it's...
So that is essentially what it is, Lord Michael. So that's the person that spoke first. That was the chief of staff to Nasir El-Rufai, the Kaduna State Governor. So he was at an economic summit of some sort, introducing the personalities to speak. So when it came to the turn of Lamido Sanusi, he introduced him properly by his proper appellation, the former Emir of Kano, which of course is what it is. But he took offense to that the guy called him a former Emir, and you heard him on the rostrum then telling him that you don't call me a former Emir, I am now calling you a former chief of staff. And just even before day broke the next day, the first knock on that guy's door was a functionary from Kaduna State with his sack letter as the chief of staff. So essentially, Lamido Sanusi sacked him on the spot at that occasion for having the temerity to call him a former emir. So this is the going son, Lamido Sanusi, who we all trumpet in the south as an example of what we want to say in the north.
Well, that tells you a lot of things. That shows you that, you see, the more you look, the less you see. So, does it mean Sanusi now rules in Kaduna State and he sacked the chief of staff on the spot? This is serious. We might see it like a laughing stock. The problem with most people who live in Nigeria, or I'll say Nigerians, who think the problem in the north is for the north, the problem in the east is for the east, the problem in the west is for the west. This tells you, they've been saying so many things, that Sanusi's position in Lagos has been strategic. People have drawn some issues from the west to Sanusi, and nobody has believed it. I think the power play, it's coming to show itself now. I think this is a very wonderful development that needs to be looked at very well. But I never saw this video until you played it, but this is serious and it has to be condemned. That is very wrong. He is a former emir, for crying out loud. So I don't know why I should take offense with that. But then, it's a sorry situation.
It is a sorry situation. And it just re-brackets Lamido Sanusi in the minds of so many people when he goes around championing the right of the girl child in the north, which is something that we in the south want to hear. And we are putting him forward as the sort of face that we want to see in that space. But when the veil falls a little, the real guy reveals himself. A former emir being called a former emir, he took umbrage to that because a sitting emir was introduced properly and he wanted to have equal status. And for that, he just sacked the guy on the spot. So there you are.
Wow.
So that is how it is.
What more can I come in here?
Go on.
Last 2 years ago, when he was saying they should not marry, you know that Sanusi went and married. I think that was his fourth wife.
Some 17-year-old girl, Abby.
17-year-old girl. And he was so he's preaching double talk. So that's who he is. He wants you do this, don't do what I do, don't do what I say. That's his own way of life. Because that year he was preaching this thing, he was marrying his daughter's friend.
His friend's daughter.
So you can imagine. So if you know, and he's telling you, child, you can't marry them at that young age, they should go to school.
Although that was a legal age, he married the girl at a legal age, we have to add that proviso.
Yeah, no matter how you look at it, but
it was the fourth wife, number 4.
Yeah, no, but the religion facilitates for that.
Which religion?
Yeah, it's a Muslim, is it not?
Yes.
Yes. Does the Muslim faith not facilitate for 4 wives?
Then why are you telling others not to marry?
No. He never said that. He said you should not marry if you cannot afford. That is what he said.
What made you he can afford it when if he's not stealing? What is he doing?
Yeah, it's a prince, It's a prince. What are you talking about? It's a prince of one of the most paramount tools in Africa.
They send him to what that time they sent him to. That's why
they banished him from the school. Yes, but he's not a poor man, though, is he?
No, that's
and he can afford 4 wives. Can he afford 4 wives?
When they banish, he's supposed to remain there.
You can afford 10 now.
But people have to be clear on what he said. He did not say people should not marry to the full complement that the religion allows. He's saying that people should not marry are more than they can afford and have more children than they can afford to take care of. So there's infinite sense in that. That is not something that anyone can really disagree with.
But when they, as a Muslim, when they banish any enemy, you go to that place they banish you to. You stay there. It is because
no. That is by history, not by. I mean, there's a lot of things that went that's been consigned.
One man, that is not by history. That is by tradition.
Yeah, no. Yeah, but there's a lot of traditions. Yeah, no, but no. They did not break with traditions. Everybody has traditions. There are traditions, even within the Nigerian space, that twin children are to be gotten rid of. But then, of course, that's been consigned to the annals of history. A lot of tradition.
One man, which tradition told you twin children can be rid of? Whose tradition?
Is it not in your side of the world?
That is fallacy. That is a lie.
All right.
When they say Mary's Lesser came to stop the killing of twins, who killed their kids?
Is it not in your quarters, the eastern
quarters? Where? It never happened. You know, there are so many things they told us.
But when they banish you, when they banish you, you remain to that space they banish you. That's where you remain.
Yeah, that was tradition, but that is not what currently obtains.
No. But that was supposed to obtain.
No. That is tradition. That is not what obtains now.
But he's supposed to fight it.
What do you mean fight it? No, that is no longer what obtains. Because the Constitution has superseded some of those historical, traditional antecedents, and they have been consigned to the annals of history. That is not what obtains now, and that is why he's in Lagos.
All right, one man, can I tell you something you don't know? Now, if they banish you as an emir, it's either you are confined to that place or you go through a healing process. There was nothing he did out of both, because they just have the powers that be. And some people say it is just a plan to be able to conquer the West.
Do you know why he was able to? Do you know why he was able to go to Lagos rather than where he was banished to? Do you know why?
It was because of Verify.
No, fundamental human rights, which was not a thing when that tradition was in situation, but it is a thing now. So some of those traditions, modernity has just necessarily consigned them to history.
So you see the problem now that everybody's complaining about. It's now out. The rules are only bent for the rich.
It's not bent.
The poor man is bent. The poor man do not have fundamental rights. This is almost a year after people
were killed. Who doesn't have fundamental? Are you not exercising?
Let me learn. This is almost a year people were shot point blank in Lekki Tollgate. There has been no reparation. There has been no investigation. There has been no explanation. Instead, they are threatening those people. But an emir who was banned has his fundamental rights and can move anywhere. How do you place those two? Double standards.
Well, the laws are there. It's the main thing. The laws are there is the main thing.
So, go ahead.
No. Yeah, you carry on, because I wanted to go to Prof, but you have the final word, then I'll go to Prof.
Well, that is what I think. The double standards is just too much, and everybody has to do whatever they think they can do to survive. Let me let you go to Prof. I can interject him, and I think Prof might be my senior or junior colleague. I don't know. When he talks, I'll let him know, because some time ago I was listening to your program, and he said he studied metallurgical and material engineering in Enugu State University of Science and Technology. And we used to call that Mumu engineering. That was my course of study too. So
there
you are. He can come tell us what year he finished from.
You see?
My junior. I heard him say some things. Engineering, the society, Sianumba, Anugoke. Those were our lecturers those days.
All right.
Who are not doctors.
You see, this is the thing. One man went to more bringing people together. So Prof, good to see you, Prof. I know. Daddy. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Daddy cannot help you now.
I need you. Tell my name. Spelling your name.
Okay, Prof, can we have you?
Yeah.
No, but all right.
Let's go to Sam.
Prof, can you hear us? I don't think Prof can hear.
Hi.
All right. Okay, that looks like a private conversation. So let me just
Prof, can you hear us?
I don't think he can hear us. So we'll start to round off here, and then we'll let me let Prof go, and I think we may have lost Jafar. Jafar, are you there? Okay, so we've lost Jafar as well. So I'll let Jafar go as well. So I'll go Sam, just Lord Michael, and then we round off with Ola. Just the usual literal 1 minute. So just quick thoughts just to round things off. Sam, you first. To Sam.
Thank you, one man, for having us in this program. And I believe, like what Oshiman just said is, for me, I always think of Entaman in Nigeria. Where do those Fulani people get all the money they're changing for us? The only way they do get is that they are getting the money from their uncle or their brother who work the CBN. And if you can get the dollar and you have a lot of naira, you can as well change it to have dollars at hand. So the best bet is to make sure either the government, if they want to put in four, like they say 410 or 450, let that be equal so that the people who need it for business will buy it at the same price. Instead of when you go to the bank, they'll tell you there's no dollar. But the government release dollar every day. Otherwise, release the whole so that it will be equal. The parallel market and the road stage will be equal. So that at least there will be a shock. It will go up a little, but after that it will come down, which because it's a free market.
All right.
That's what I want to say. Thank you, one man, for having us.
All right. Thank you, Sam. A real delight. So just as briefly as Sam, Lord Michael, I literally have to come off soon. So just Lord.
Okay, most times when I hear Sam talk, what first comes to my mind is the man from the Niger Delta. Oh my God, I don't know, I forget his name again. Our father from Niger Delta. He has a unique voice anyway. What I think Nigeria should be thinking about is how to get your fundamental rights. I think everybody should learn how to stand up for themselves, and people should stop thinking. Nigeria has come of age, whereby after over 60 years, it is not working. People should not endanger other people's lives. People are about to begin to stand up for themselves for livelihood. People want to stand up for their lives. I think people in power should learn how to share. People in power should learn how to tolerate, because it is about to burst. It's just like hitting the bee's house and you expect nothing to happen. That is never going to work. So I want to urge each and every one of us to learn to be tolerant, to learn to persevere, and to also learn to come over here. This is where we school you. This is the only place you have a free argument whereby people will put you through or learn from you. So I want to encourage each and every one of us here. Invite your friends, invite your colleagues, come learn and come give your own aspect of life. Thank you, everyone, and see you soon.
All right. Thank you, Lord Michael. So, Prof, you've come back, and I think essentially to speak about that guy that was wearing the Biafra insignia, trying to dare the army personnel. And so he got his comeuppance, and people are now doing cartwheels and talking about human rights. He cannot say that he did not know what he was doing, and he set out to be deliberately provocative, and he got his comeuppance. Prof.
Okay, hello, you're hearing me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, to me, yes, he knew what he did. What he did, I don't see it as that bad, because why I say that bad is when you look at it at one angle,
is because of the sensitivity of Biafra agitation. You understand that area? But in the other area, this is a clotty war. We have seen people where, okay, we're aware of what happened in Dunamis. The people that wore, I think Buhari must go or whatever. He wore what he wanted to wear. And that is cloth is not prescribed, as far as I'm concerned. It's not prescribed. What I am against...
What that cloth stands for is?
Biafra is not prescribed. The only thing, the government doesn't want Biafra. That's the simple thing. And to me, as I said, in a way, when you look at it objectively, you can say it's wrong. In another way, you say it's not wrong because people have done worse things than that. You know, these Fulani folks, they carry their cattle, block the road, and say nothing will happen, and nothing goes on to happen. Now, I'm against them. I don't know if it has been released though, because I've not been following.
No, he has been released. So that is then to say that what he did was not that bad. So they just gave him just a warning little pat on the head and say, "Don't be naughty," and they've let him go. So essentially, you know, as it should be.
Okay, but the government should know that they will expect things like this in days to come because they're not doing well. If this government is sensitive, the countdown to this October 20th, they should see what they will do to at least console those that lost their souls there. Because it's a very bad thing. People were killed and their dead bodies were carted away. That's what pains me the most. And there's little or no explanation of what went on that day. That's very, very sad. Understand? I heard you talk about Sanusi being addressed as former emir, and did you say that the next day the person that addressed him was either sacked or so?
It was demoted, essentially sacked from his from his post, and then demoted, and it was just farmed out to the back office.
To me, that is not something right. In the sense that, you know, he still gave him respect as mentioning that he was one time emir.
He couldn't have called him anything else, could he? What else could he have called him other than that?
Yes, so, you know, I think Sanusi abused human rights. You know, the atmosphere, he tampered with the atmosphere of human rights negatively. You know, someone in that category, I don't think he should have done that. You know, he's a learned man, he's an economist. I don't know why though I think there's that ego, that's what acted. You know, he felt insulted. He felt insulted.
All right, thank you, Prof. Because of the pressure of time, Prof, a real delight. So next time we get even more view. So thank you, Prof. So Ola, now just a literal 1 minute because I need to be off the screen. So Ola, the final word. All right, we don't appear to have Ola, so we'll round it off there. So thank you all for joining. I know it was a latest session, and I'm really pleased that a lot of you still stuck with it. An interesting session, nevertheless, I mean, by my reckoning. So we'll reconvene again, usual time tomorrow. I'll leave it there. Carry conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.